I don't even know where you'd buy a column, but I already have several of them.
Can you hear the music? Oh, I think my speaker.
Oh, we're live.
Yeah, we are live, but the music's not. Or is the music playing for you?
Yeah, play for me.
Welcome, we're here. I don't know why I can't hear anything, but happy Saturday. Come on the show. Not much going on.
Happy weekend,
I don't have anything
everybody.
today. Go ahead. What?
I said happy weekend, everybody. That's all I said.
Hi, Chuck.
Hey, Chuck.
Check the news. There's nothing going on. I checked Twitter. There's nothing going on.
Yeah.
It's good, I guess.
Yeah, no news is good news, right? Got my doctor's thing coming up in just 2 days now, so getting close to that.
Oh, good. With the ENT?
Yep.
Good.
Kind of excited about that, I guess. Or
hopefully they can fix you up.
I guess I'm like excited, but I'm hopeful, you know. So I'm trying to get my lights out. So we're gonna turn these lights down. These are like bright as shit right now. A lot of times, like when you first turn them on, like they start out in some sort of default like ultra bright state, and you have to like.
So what's going on this weekend? Anything?
There is. I mean, I like the only I just had my weekend is. I'm just waiting for that doctor's appointment on Monday, and then I have like 2 doctor's appointments on Monday. And beyond that, then like on Thursday or Friday, we're gonna take an Amtrak or whatever back to Texarkana for Juniper's birthday, and that's the whole plan in my world right now. There isn't much else. Like I have that and just like working on this stuff and everything. But I mean, I will talk about it off stream. But I think I had a possibly. I mean, it's gonna need some refinement and help from you. But I possibly had a really possibly brilliant idea for the game thing we're talking about, because I had an idea that I think that I don't think anyone's done before, and I think that it actually adds that layer that we're talking about. So we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, we're recruiting for some kind of online stream game. So if you're interested, if you're reliable, if you think you can be serious about it and commit to it, contact us.
And also, if you think if you think you're funny, it's gonna be largely like a. Literally, it's gonna be a lot about being entertaining. So, like,
that's gonna weed a lot of people out, because I don't know how many people on these streams.
Everybody thinks they're entertaining, though.
I don't think I'm funny or entertaining. I don't even know why people watch me. I assume it's for my guests.
No, man. Like, no, people watch this show a lot more for you than they do for me. I'll tell you that much.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
I mean, I've gained a few small fans here and there. I'm not saying there's nobody that likes me out there and anything like that, but no, man, like, people really appreciate your perspective on things, and they really do. You're just you're a unique person, and like you have a unique perspective, and you are occasionally, especially whenever you let yourself off the chain a little bit, like and you're not trying to be a human, polite person. You can be really funny, especially you can be really brutally funny about some people. So
it's not intentional. I'm not trying to be.
Oh, come on! You know when you're being funny. You laugh.
No,
too.
People. I told you, growing up, my mom accused me of that all the time. I had no idea what she's talking about. She would burst out laughing constantly and tell me how funny I was. And I don't even know what she's reacting to. There's nothing I was saying that was trying to be funny.
I've noticed now. I've seen things like that. I'm talking about like sometimes like when you go in on somebody though. Like when you go in on somebody, I guess like in more modern terms, whenever you read somebody,
read or throw shade.
Yeah, you read or throw shade at somebody. You can be fucking hilarious, dude.
Well, they make it very easy. Like it's.
Yeah,
I think it's sure. More reflection of them than me.
But at the same time, I've seen plenty of other people who had Hello, Elias. Quick, you're new.
Hang on. No,
Oh,
no. Bye, Elias. Bye, Elias. Goodbye.
oh, okay.
He was on Paul's show, or he or she, whoever it is.
I didn't read the
Very,
comment.
very pro-Palestine, anti-Israel propaganda talking point. Let me get him off of here.
Okay.
I had to ban him like 4 or 5 times on Paul's. They kept coming back. I don't know how. So let's fix his little red wagon right now.
All right then.
He's a troll. Just trying to. So. Well, I mean, if guests don't come on, I don't know what we're going to do today. I really have no. It's probably a good like a credit to like a reflection of the times we live in, that there's actually nothing going on to talk about. I think that's a sign that we have it pretty good.
Oh, sure, yeah. No, I agree with that. I don't. I mean, well, there's certain things that we're already talking. But yeah, no, dude, you're a funny guy.
I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
we could start a conversation with the AI or something. That usually
Yeah, we
that might.
definitely do that. It probably wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I can't. I'm like torn on the fence. On one hand, like I almost like to talk about it on the stream and see what anybody thought about the ideas, but soon I don't want to like just give it all away. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we should do like our strategizing on here, because I don't think it's very interesting for many people. They
Yeah,
kind of
why
shock.
aren't you? What the better question is, why aren't you up here, producer Moose? Because I think I personally am terrified of Moose, but I think through the video format, I think I could deal with it. So um, I'd like you to come up here and come on here and like let's mix it up. But I don't even know. I don't really know you at all. I just seen you in the comments a few times, and you've always seemed cool to me. So, and I'm sure.
Everybody seems cool to start out with.
That's fine. Well, you banned him, but I guess it's timed him out, Jeff.
This is not a free speech channel. I don't have time for your propaganda bullshit. Go take it somewhere else. I told you that on Paul's show. And quit coming back. How, like, there's no ban option. I don't know how he keeps coming back. You can hide, you can time out. I don't know if he has multiple accounts.
They're both named the
What
same thing.
topic do you have something to add to, Moose? Because we're not limited to just those topics.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, like, if you just want to come on, just shoot the shit, dude. Like, this is Saturday. We're here. We're here for chilling here right now.
I
This
mean,
is
yesterday was trauma dumping. So if you have
yeah,
any
yeah, yeah.
personal problems
Especially
you want
after
to vent about,
especially after yesterday. Yesterday we had a stream, but even at the end of the stream yesterday, I was even feeling like like I mean
oops.
I was glad we got to like
Sorry,
maybe
Moose.
help.
That was a mistake. I meant to go after Elias. Sorry.
Yesterday's stream brought me down a little bit too, man. I wasn't in that bad of a mood by that time. I felt so bad for Machine and for uh Illuminados or the Raccoon City. I don't know his name, but I just felt so bad for everything they were going through. It just like it brought me down a little bit. I was not feeling real peppy or happy after the show.
Well, let's think of something. Let's turn it around today and think of something happy we can talk
Get a
about.
little.
What's good going on in your life? My life is pretty steady right now. I do this every day. I do our projects that we have going on outside of this.
Yeah.
I go on other streams. I was on Flows last night. Talcott was having some. Talcott is very vulnerable to trolls, and he's letting Paul Unslave come and subvert his show. And I think it's turning a lot of people off of Talcott. And so they talked a lot about that on Flow. Hey, Chuck.
What's up, fellas?
I still
How's
don't
your
know how.
weekend go?
I don't know how I've managed to avoid Paul and Slave all this time.
I don't. I don't know either.
Yeah, Elias says let me in, racist. So anyway, I guess
Just
he's.
don't give him any more oxygen, please. Just let him go.
I will.
Leave him alone.
I'm not. I can't. I can't bring him on. I don't even have that power, dude.
I mean, don't even give him attention. Just ignore whatever
Okay.
he types.
It's the first time I'd ever seen that name before in my life. I had no idea. I had
Yeah,
no
he
idea
was
who
on
this
Paul's
was.
stream today. That was the first time I saw him too. He lives in Russia or something. He's very anti-Western, anti-America. America's this white racist country that's a cancer to the rest of the world, et cetera, et cetera. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah.
I'm racist. I hate all people.
No, that's when you're not racist. That's what keeps you from being racist. Racism is when you specifically hate groups of people based on different things. This is like we just like we're just like just general antisocial um you know anti-sociopaths or whatever.
I did
We
talk
even
to
let
Joshua.
sociopaths on here, and like to our peril because they conform to oh, hey, Moose. Hey, Moose.
Hey, what's
So
up, man?
you brought something up that I can actually kind of inform you guys on a little bit more about the
Okay.
Talcott experience.
Oh
So
yeah. Okay, we'll gossip about Talcott today.
it's not it's not gossip because it's I was there and I was part of the whole experience. So it's more explaining my journey with Talcott.
Okay.
So he hired me to help him promote his channel, right? And I promoted his channel.
Real quick. Where are you with the palm trees?
I'm in Baja, California, sir.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Okay.
it looks nice.
Nice scenery. Okay.
I think I
Go
was thinking
ahead.
the same thing. I was just thinking you look like you're like in Hawaii or something, man. It looks like you're like
It feels like that. I caught a 20-pound yellowtail 2 days ago and 14 other fish, and I kept one for myself and gave the other ones away to the locals so they could share it with their families and stuff. So it's perfect down here. It's nice. It's
that's cool shit, dude.
they call it.
I don't even fish, but I mean, even I'm impressed by that. Like, I've only been fishing like twice in my life, and it went terribly. But but yeah, that sounds great.
Shoot, Moose. We got
It's a good
inches of
spot.
snow and ice here.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
know it's cold as shit here in Texas, so I was just like, man, you're in like a very temperate climate. You've got like a
My
Your
sound.
headphone went out.
I thought that was me. Yeah, the
No,
climate
no,
here
Chris.
it's wonderful.
So
down
he
here.
hired you to promote his channel,
Yeah, well, not really
like to
hired me.
produce it.
He gave me some. He gave me a gift, and I started helping him produce. And I designed his like intro and his outro and a few other things, and I got him up to 1,000 subscribers so he could get monetized.
Ooh.
And the thing is along the way, this is something that has been going on for a long time now. This Paul thing is not. It's not something that you shouldn't feel bad for him because
for
he
Paul
wants
or for Jack?
for Jack because
I don't.
Jack wants Paul more than anything. He'll sacrifice all of you guys and everything else.
That's
just
what he was doing on the panel last night that people were saying.
yeah. And so this is where I got kind of I started backing off from him and didn't really want to help him anymore aside from his anger issues. He wanted to move the channel in a certain direction, but then every time Paul comes around, you notice that he'll give up everything. He'll give up everything. It doesn't matter what his goal is that day. It doesn't matter what his message is that day. And so the only thing I wanted to really say was that this has been going on so long that don't feel bad for him. Don't feel bad. He enables it and he allows it. And the only reason I keep going back is actually because I find that there's a bunch of different people that I meet from all over. Like I saw you on his channel. I saw Flow State on his channel. And so this is how I meet new people is by these live panels. But I also go there to be entertained because it's so fascinating for me to watch the whole thing and to just be like, well, what does he really stand for? You know, that's it really.
It is one of my favorite streams, I have to say. But the Paul drama, like I didn't stick around for too long yesterday when the Paul stuff started. What is it? Just Paul he does it with? Like, do they have some kind of
Yes,
father
yes.
That's it.
psychodynamic going
It's
on?
just
He's
Paul.
got
I
Paul on a
still have never
pedestal
gotten the guy.
What's the appeal of Paul of all people? Like, how does that get on
because
a pedestal?
the silver tongue of Paul. Jack thinks he can use Paul as his mouthpiece to move up to bigger and greater accomplishment.
How big is
Thereby,
Paul?
thereby, he's able to seek revenge on his job and his family for what he claims happened to him.
Mhm.
Not anything
Yeah.
he caused, what they did to him.
So he has some shadow work to do.
Oh
He's a
yeah,
little
Yeah.
he's a little bit guest captured, kind of like the other Paul and another JJ the other Paul and the other JJ that
Oh
we know.
yeah.
But to answer your question,
Paul has 5,000 subscribers. It's not like a
and
huge
that's recent.
amount.
but
He
he used
bought
to have
some.
20,000 before we lost the other. He got stricken on the other
Oh.
channel a few times, and so he made the new channel. And so he, between his two channels, he's got 20,000 down to 5,000, but it's not the subscriber count. It's, if you notice, the devoted followers that he brings with him, and
About
everywhere he
100 to
goes.
120.
Most people I know don't seem to like him. I haven't. It's Snafu and people like that, but I haven't noticed many devoted followers.
Well, if people stop timing out everybody in chat, you would see about 100 people down there in the chat that will follow Paul wherever he goes, to whatever channel he goes, and they kind of take a raid and they jump into somebody else's stream.
Flying monkeys.
What is the attraction about Paul? I just don't see it.
Well, when I first met him, he was really, and I was really like looking to be a sovereign being, not a sovereign citizen, but looking for sovereignty in myself, like more masculinity, more just in control of my life a little bit more, to try to like get myself on the path I wanted to go. And when I met him, he was talking about rights and freedom and the right to travel and certain topics that I was like, wow, man, this is interesting to me. And I think that once you get past that, it starts becoming just a drama loop. And so that's where I started falling off as well. But the
You have good
fascination's
instincts,
wild.
I would say.
Sorry.
Yeah, seriously, I'm really interested in talking to you. Maybe off stream, if you would join our Discord and give me, I would like to talk to you if you'd be willing to talk to me about some strategy stuff that we've been talking about here, because we have.
Yeah, how did you
we have,
get jacked up
we
to
have some show
1,000
we have some
people?
show ideas, and it sounds like you know a little bit about how to promote shows. I'm not asking you to do it for free, but I like to pick your brain a little bit if you don't mind, because like
I'm gonna
don't
put our
know.
Discord in the backstage.
Okay, I'll add that before. I'll add that once we're done talking, and I'll jump in there. I have no
Yeah.
problem helping people. That's the thing, is what I do down here is I help. I give my time freely. I work with the Rotary Club. I design shirts. I take pictures of all their events. We did their website. Like, I have no problem helping people. I have no problem like contributing. How I did with Jack is definitely we're not going to talk about that on here, because I went through certain channels to try to promote the channel, and they could be, I used other people's resources to help me boost his channel, basically.
Well, yeah, that's the YouTube game, though. I mean, people do that. It's I don't even.
I still like the idea of growing organically and genuinely.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I
if
don't
you
want
look,
to. I don't want to grow
a more
inorganically.
stable audience.
I don't want to grow
now, if you
inorganically,
look,
but like, you have some marketing ideas, though. It sounds like that's what I'm interested in.
Yeah,
if you look
yeah.
at,
Go ahead.
if you look at Paul's channel, his second channel that he's on, he was at like 2,000 people forever. And then in 1 month, he went from 2,000 to almost, what, 6,000 in 1 month. That's not organic.
No, that's not. I mean, it does get exponential. The more subscribers you get, the more the faster they come in. But yes, that's definitely. It definitely
because
sounds like there was some bot
because
work.
his live viewer is the same body count as it was.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
It's
I'm,
not
I'm going to be
organic.
honest. My whole thing, I have a little bit of delay, so if I talk over you, just stop me. So when it came to Jack, my whole goal was to make sure that he didn't lose his house. I was trying to help him bring in some money, and he was doing this YouTube thing every single day. Every single day he's there, and so I figured the only way to help him get there was to get him monetized. So that was my number one goal. It wasn't about trying to get new viewers. It wasn't trying to get traction or anything like that. It was get to the number that we needed to get to, and then the rest would come. And YouTube, when he after he got his 1,000 subscribers, YouTube recognized that he has a following that keeps going back to his channel, and he's got over 10,000 hours of content that people have watched. And so it wasn't hard to do what I did and still get away with all of it, you know. But it was for I felt like it was for the greater good.
Mm-hmm.
Except it wasn't.
Yeah, but then it sounds like you ran into. So I am interested in what you have to say. I don't as much as I hate gossiping type stuff, but like so he really does have anger issues like with when it comes to like people that he works with and people that help him out and stuff like that.
Well,
I mean,
It really
I
is.
don't think he is any more than a lot of the trolls that show up in the past.
Well, the one day, him, Moose, and Jack were in a private conversation, and it wasn't
Yeah.
going well. And Moose hit the go live button, and it was
Yeah.
like a Jekyll. It was like a Jekyll Hyde switch.
So what happened was we were in an uncomfortable conversation. He was telling me that like he had a direction for the channel, and I wasn't helping him. I wasn't offering anything. And then he started getting really evil with me. And Talcott. And so I said, you know what? People need to see this. Like, people need to understand that I'm not the person. I'm sitting here, trying to help the person, and he's like yelling and screaming at me. And so I was like, I hit the go live button because it was like, how is anyone going to believe me? How is anybody going to believe me that this person is doing this?
Mr. like peaceful guru, right? It's all like
Yeah, and so
but
I
even though
wasn't trying to hurt him in that instance. I was just trying to make sure people understood where I was coming from, because at that point I said, I'm done. I'm done. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Oh no, I said what I was saying.
Tell him what happened when you hit the switch.
Oh, everything changed. Like he immediately went from being like super, super, super angry to like back to loving and caring. And it was weird, man. It was weird. Like, I still, help him out and stuff, but at the same time, I have boundaries now.
Yeah.
So he's kind of fake, is what you're telling me.
I don't know, because I see his angry side live on stream all the time. It comes out. I don't think he tries to hide it.
Yeah, it was worse than that, though. It was worse than you've ever seen on live. Yeah, like I've seen the angry Talcott 150 times, but that side of him was like, it was really weird. It was really odd, and yeah.
No,
I don't see people like that.
I sense that. I sense that under the surface with him. I do. Especially when I see the angry Talcott, I see that he's holding back in those instances. I see because I've known people like that, like him before, and I've seen that kind of thing. And I always wondered if that was the case. I still like the guy. I still don't have anything against him, but at the same time, I definitely can see that. It doesn't surprise me, but it kind of confirms something I was already kind of suspecting or thinking, that like he'd have that kind of. That Jekyll and Hyde kind of thing.
I was like Moose. When he monetized, I donated to him on a consistent basis because I knew he didn't have anything. But when he threw it up in my face, the only reason that I was giving him money was to buy privilege. I stopped.
Wait, what? Buy privilege?
Yeah. He totally took the bus and he ran it right over Chuck and started using Chuck as a whipping boy because I wouldn't take it anymore. And Chuck started donating to him, and he was like, because a lot of people have been trying to help this person not lose everything that he has. Like for the last 2 years, he's been in the predicament where he's going to lose his house. And a lot of us feel bad for him. A lot of us feel like, hey, you know, we're part of your community. We want to help you out kind of thing. But if you've noticed, even on the stream 2 days ago, there was someone who donated 3 times, and you know, he wasn't even noticed. He wasn't even looked at or whatever. And he said, you know what, I'm gonna stop donating to you, and I'm not gonna come back anymore. And Jack just kind of gave a smile or whatever, and just let it go, right? And so it's weird, because if that was Paul doing that, if Paul came up to the channel, it's all different. Everything changes. Like, he falls into line. He starts treating other people differently. And
I saw
so
that last night.
I've got like this fascination with his mind, because I love studying psychology and I love studying people. And there's something about him I can't figure out. I'm not even sure that the whole situation is real with this house kind of thing.
Come on up, Cynthia.
Hey, yeah, Cynthia, it's real, welcome. I don't.
Oh, hey, Cynthia, what's up?
I don't know how many times I've seen you in our panel, but I appreciate you.
Yeah, Cynthia's cool. You can come on if you want.
Yeah, you really are cool. No, Moose Ben. Yeah, I wondered those sort of things. I don't know. I don't want to make any judgments. I don't know the man. I don't know. I barely have only had a few interactions with him.
Moose, you know, he took Flo's wrench away last night.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing that will happen too, is you know, like, I would try to keep order, and I would try to keep things positive, because that's the channel that he wanted, right? He wanted people to be positive and not be a bunch of negative, you know, Nancy's in the chat. And so I would regulate the chat, and when you do that, what you get out of it is you end up being the whipping boy. You're trying to do good, and you're trying to do exactly what the man is trying to preach, you know, love, and choose love, and care and stuff. And then all of a sudden these guys go, oh, do you see what Moose is doing? Do you see what Moose is doing? Oh, he's blocking everybody. He's Nazi blocking. And they come back with their 18 different accounts. And some of these guys have 18 different accounts, and they sit there and they paint you as the evil person, right? And so it's so strange. And then
you get Paul. He'll jump up there and he'll tell Jack the mods are the problem, and he'll start deleting mods.
That's what he was doing last night.
Yep. It's the same story over and over.
And Paul, like, Joe Cool was on there, and Paul was instigating with Joe Cool, and Joe was like fighting back, and Jack was calling out Joe Cool. And Joe Cool called out Jack and said, "Why are you putting
Cynthia's backstage?
Paul is causing way more care than I am, but why are you putting me like on an equal footing with Paul? Like, we're both contributing equally to the drama, when Paul is the one coming in here and starting it with me." And
Cynthia's backstage.
He kind of acknowledged that. Oh, Cynthia's backstage.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
What's up, Cynthia?
What are y'all doing? I popped in. I heard Moose talking about those super chats that Jack didn't read, and they were insults, and so that's why he didn't read them, because they were insults.
I didn't see them. I just heard what the guy said at the end.
Yeah, but he had hit him 3 different times with different, and he read the first 2. He just didn't read the third one.
Yeah. See, I understand that. You know, I totally understand him not
I get
doing
that too.
that.
We don't do that either here. It's like if someone's there just to be like cruel or toxic towards someone, just for like we had people on here yesterday that were really
Joshua Jones got banned.
Yeah. I mean, like we had to, because like he was being extremely cruel to people that were going through a mental health crisis. Really, people that we care about, that were actually like having some serious, like, they were depressed in a really major way. They needed to vent and stuff like that. And we had a long time guest and viewer, commenter on the show, and recently we had kind of a blow up with anyway. And he was just in the chat, just being like cruel to everybody, just like calling people names and trying to like bring them down. So we get rid of them, and it sucks every time that happens. But I understand that. but at the same time, for the most part, if people are in the chat, just like making jokes, trolling kind of thing, if they're not like, if they're going after me or Jeff, I don't give a shit.
Right.
Like me and Jeff can handle it. Like we are not we are not the type that, like, I mean, people can call me all the names they want. They can come after me for anything they want. Now I get mad when people go after Jeff, but like at the same time, like I don't give a shit when people come after me. But you guys are going after the guests on the panel, like the people that are just coming up here to support things and everything. They're just talking with their lives or something like that. Man, that pisses me off. It triggers me bad, whenever somebody does that kind of thing. So I get that, but like at the same time, trying to like super control the chat and try to make sure it's like trying to prune it or to that degree, I think it's a little controlling, a little excessive.
Well, it's about power. I mean, it's power and attention and ego.
But going back to what Moose was saying when he was talking about they get mad, they start saying Moose is not Nazi blocking. Like they get mad when you block them, like they want to say hateful things, and then when you say hateful things, they scream, "Why are you being a bully to me?" Like there's just never going to be any making them happy ever.
It's the victimization, right? So the thing is, you'll notice, right? If you go back over to Jack's channel, you'll see at the start of the stream, usually there's 19 people. There's not 100 people at the start of the stream, but once the flying monkeys come over, you'll start seeing that you get up to 100 people in the stream, and so it's really weird because these people have more control over the chat than the people that are supposed to be directing the chat, the people that are supposed to be making sure that things are going smooth. And that's where I can't figure out what's up with Jack. What Paul does, Paul keeps everybody talking about him because that's what keeps him famous. It keeps him everywhere you go on the live stream kind of thing. They'll bring his name up. And these people will follow with it, and then they'll go report back to him, and then you'll see Paul going over there, and he'll like Flow States. He was over at Flow States talking smack at Flow State last night. It's to keep his name in everybody's mouth and keep him in everybody's mind because that's what keeps it going. It works.
We're talking about him.
It works. It works, and Jack doesn't understand that he's being used because Jack's also trying to use. He's not trying to serve. He's trying to use people. He's trying to use Paul to get where he wants to go. And it's kind of working.
You think his numbers are like people are coming to his channel because of the Paul drama?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The numbers rise every single time.
Do you think you don't think any of it's bots or anything? Like
no.
you're going 1,000 to 5,000? Would you say 1,000 to 6,000 people, Chuck?
Oh, on Paul's channel, yeah.
On Paul's channel,
in the chat at one time, no.
No, not.
No, he's
chat.
talking about the sub count. The sub count, I would say.
Oh.
I don't want to be on record saying anything. There's something fishy about the sub count because it is the same like 100, 150 people. It's 100, 150 people of just people every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't understand how people get away with the bots. I figure it seems like Google should have ways to see that kind of thing.
Oh,
and when Paul leaves Jack alone, if you go to his channel, you'll see 15 to 25 people at most in Jack's live until a monkey wrench starts flying, and then you'll see the numbers shoot up to like 80.
That's everywhere. That's the game on the metaverse. And there's different games being played. For some people, they want to see all of the numbers, and that makes them feel important. For other people, it's more about the authenticity of the channel and the conversations being had. And for some, it's just a platform for them to vent. Some content creators find being the content creator therapeutic for themselves.
I used to be one of those flying monkeys, though. I used to be hanging out over there in his channel, and then I would jump over to other channels too and say some smack because I thought it was fun. I thought it was entertaining for a while. But then one day,
till March.
What do you mean?
Jack
what do you mean? Wait till March?
Of the house.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so like, I would be one of those guys, and then one day Jack, like I could see it on his face, like I was like, dude, this is like mentally bothering him, right? It
Yeah.
was mentally bothering him. And so I gave him a call after the stream and I said, dude, and he yelled at me again. He's like, do you understand how
remember
this
that.
feels? Do you understand what
Yeah.
you guys are putting me through? And I said, I'm never going to do that again. And I had a conversation with them and we had a good time or whatever. And since then, I've been nothing but respectful to him and everything. But you'll notice my name always comes up in a bad light, like every single time. And so it's
From Jack or from others?
Yeah,
from
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 Jack.
Jack, even from
He
Jack.
lumps him in. Whenever he mentions Moose, he'll mention me, or he'll mention me, and he'll throw Moose in at the same time.
Yeah,
That's
I have heard. I have heard him do that, and like, and I didn't realize that you guys were like huge boosters and supporters of him before. I had no idea that that was like you guys were like his core team. You were like his inner circle, and then now just because like it wasn't certain. That's fucked up, man.
But
That's
no,
not.
that goes back to the same thing that I talked about with Chuck last night, is that there's something in Chuck that triggers Jack. And Chuck said he thought it because they were both, had alcoholism. There's obviously something in Moose that triggers Jack, and that he sees something in Moose that he feels he's not up to par with. And what from just my observation, it could be that Moose was a successful businessman, and successful in the sense that you were able to sell your company and do what you needed to do. And when people have those types of triggers within themselves, like there's nothing you can do or say that triggers them or is going to make them feel better. They just have to go through it and work through them themselves.
And it might also be this is a dynamic. I know people like that. I've known a lot of people like that have that kind of Jekyll and Hyde type thing. I have seen a lot, especially if at any point that relationship becomes where the one person thinks that they are like the boss of the other one, and there's ever any kind of shifting in that power dynamic, they get very angry whenever they no longer have the employer role over that person. Like even if they were never really paying them, never really employing them, if that one person was subservient to them at one point, and then they stand up for themselves in any way, they don't respect it. They get very volatile, and they'll start doing everything they can to try to keep that power. Some people get really addicted to that kind of personal power they have over other people, and it's very toxic, and it's really disappointing to hear. But nonetheless, Jack, if you're out there, please feel free to come on and defend yourself. Like I have no issue. I will, and in fact, I will. If you're streaming today, I will go on your show and I will talk to you directly about these things.
I think he does stream every day.
Yeah. I'm not the kind of person who will sit here and talk behind someone's back and not talk to them about them personally. I will totally, and he'll probably just hate me for it because generally that's the response.
And
He won't take it. He won't take it kindly if I go on there.
I do the same
I talk to
thing.
Moose and Chuck.
No. In Jack's defense, though, this isn't necessarily that Moose or Chuck or anybody else is displaying power. It's just that he feels inferior for whatever reason. But with Jack,
I can tell you why.
But with Jack, no matter what he says, it's only a matter of 15 to 20 minutes before he calms down and says, I'm sorry. I don't know why I just did that.
Yeah, I noticed. I complimented him the other day on his recovery time.
Yeah, which lets me know this is something, a personal battle he's still doing. And if we truly love Jack and want to support him, I'm not going to be another burden that he needs to try to get over.
Hey, no, and that's fine. However, I mean, if by chance he's like just a narcissist that's really good at covering it, that's what a narcissist would do, though. They will blow up like that, and they will do that, and then they will come back 15, 20 minutes later and apologize for it. So you never really fully lose the people. That is what narcissists do, and I've seen.
Yeah, but I have plenty of experience with narcissists, believe me, and I don't get that from Jack. I don't want to paint him as a narcissist.
I'm not trying to paint him as one.
It's not him. It's not him. It's me, guys. Like, because I won't subscribe to his doctrine. I don't subscribe to his doctrine, and he's repeatedly tried to reach out to me to try to be like a spiritual coach for me, and I don't accept it. And I've told him since the beginning that I don't accept it.
That's not you. That's not you. That is him.
But I'm saying that's the issue that he has with me, is because I won't bow to that, and I don't believe any of that stuff. I've sent him scripts. I've sent him all kinds of stuff to help him talk about his talking, like have talking points and to be concise about his message.
To support, yeah. Like I was trying to do the same thing with it.
He
I was
won't
trying
even
to
read it.
help him focus. I was trying to help him focus. Like he kept talking about all of his high-minded ideals and all the things that he wants to see the world change into. And I was on his show, literally interested in what he was saying, trying to ask him like constructive. I wasn't even giving him like criticism. I was asking him constructive questions, trying to say like, "Have you tried this? Have you tried this?" And it only ended up in anger. But yeah.
Yeah, he got mad at you, Chris.
Yeah, I know.
I'm probably gonna go back on his show today because I brought him up, or when you guys brought him up here,
Yeah.
I decided to come talk.
No,
But
I will too. I know I haven't been going on a show lately, but I'll go on there just because we talked about it today.
Well,
Like I'll go on there to say it because I don't want to say anything behind somebody's back or when they're not around. That
and
I
we're
won't
not,
I won't
and
go
we're not
won't go to him and
talking
talk to him.
personal crap. So
Yeah.
Oh no, we're not talking personal. We're just talking about what you guys' experiences have been, and
now,
that's
if
perfectly valid.
if Paul shows up again today, then it's going to be another shit show.
Anyways, I just wanted to jump up real quick. I'm so sorry.
Well, why don't we talk about something else, Cynthia? I've never really got to talk to you before, so let's change the conversation. Like what's up with you? Like seriously, what's up, Cynthia?
Well, actually, my son and his wife got their first place today, so I'm on my way to go see it. But I wanted to tap in. I just saw Jeff, and I subscribed last night, and I definitely will be back around to your panels. It's just that Saturday is usually my family friends day, but I definitely wanted to come up and say, hey, I saw Moose, I saw Chuck and Chris and Jeff, and I thought this is cool, guys. I wanted to show you support. We will definitely have a conversation again another time, Chris, if I had more time. I should have been there 1 hour and 41 minutes ago. I was like, yeah, mommy's going to shower.
Shame on
and then
you.
I'll be right there.
Well, I'm ADHD, so my time management punctuality is terrible about most things. I'm surprised I show up this stream on time as much as I do. So.
At work, I am 5 minutes early every single day. In personal time, I'm lucky if I'm an hour late. You know what I mean? I don't understand it about myself.
I'm the same way, Cynthia.
But I do appreciate you, gentlemen. Y'all have a wonderful day, and I'm sure I will see y'all later on Jax or somewhere else.
We're here every day.
Okay, Cynthia.
Every day too.
All right, we'll see you
7 days a week.
Bye.
Yeah. And are you leaving too, Moose? Oh, you're just saying bye.
No, I'm here. I was just saying bye.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Just saying bye to her.
I was noticing how nice it is to have 4 people on camera at once. It's just I must admit, like even though I don't really begrudge the people that are just like the circles on the screen, I do find it I find it quite nice to actually be talking to 4 faces instead of 2 faces and an avatar or whatever. You know?
The reason I don't do it over on Jax anymore is because they clip it every time and they try to misconstrue what I say and they try to spin it, and then they'll take it back over to the other broadcast and they'll make me look like I'm some kind of jerk when I'm just speaking my mind or speaking my perspective.
Well, if that ever happens, if you have the original clips, if you ever record your appearances on there, bring them over here and I'll be happy. I'd be happy to replay the full context of it because I hate that shit. I hate when people want to take things and clip it and mix it up and try to make people look like they said something they didn't, and I think that's only fair that that people have a place where they can go and without having to create their own channel and everything, they could actually put it in front of an audience, say look, that's not what I said. That's bullshit. It's bullshit when people try to clip you out of context and try to turn you into some sort of monster just because one part of what thing you're saying could sound bad. You can do that with anybody. There's just about no conversation you can have if you just take a random piece of it. It's not gonna. It's the same. I think of it the same way as it is whenever you take a snapshot of somebody, like a freeze frame of somebody, and when they're about to sneeze or something, and they have this bizarre distorted face on. If you take that, that's just one frame out of context, or just even when I'm talking right now, I could take any little frame of me opening my mouth and I could look just retarded or insane at that moment just because of the way, just because you freeze frame it right there. It happens to it happens to the best of us, and so there's nothing you can do about it. But people do that all the time with people's conversations too, and I think that's really it's funny when it happens with a picture thing. But
I did talk to Joshua last night, this morning, whatever ungodly time it was.
Oh, right. Yeah, on flows, right?
Close.
Yeah, to figure out what the issue was with him. And what he told me was that him and I forget the other Wi-Fi or whoever it was that was in
Neurojack.
Discord.
It was Neurojack.
Neurojet.
Oh,
Okay.
and yeah, he was
And
arguing with iFi too, but yeah, still.
and he said Jeff came down there and said, if you guys want to, bring it up on the channel. And he,
And
for
Jeff didn't
some
even do that.
reason, in some reason in
Wait,
his mind, he thought that him and Neurojack was going to have strictly them two talking. I don't know what gave him that impression that you go on an open panel and think it's a
he didn't
two-way
say anything.
conversation.
Like all he had to do is
Yeah, if he
say,
if
"Oh,
he
I
if,
thought I
if
was
he
coming up here to
if he
talk."
wanted
He didn't
Jack,
say
if he wanted
anything
Jack
the
and
whole
him,
stream.
yeah.
And
If
then
he wanted,
then after it was over, he had this weird reaction.
if he had wanted just to be just for us to take me and Jeff down and just let the two of them go out, we would have. But we
And his
mostly
explanation
just
kept
sat there and
changing.
just
That's
were
how I know
silent.
it's about his feelings and not anything concrete, because the explanation keeps changing. At first, it was I don't know what I'm talking about. Then it turned into he doesn't hang around gay people, and then it turned
Yep.
into I inserted myself in a conversation. So it
Yeah.
kept changing. So that tells me the real thing it's not something he's articulating.
Yeah.
He got his
Yeah.
feelings hurt.
Moose,
That's what happened.
Moose, do you know Kim before the storm?
I know of him, and I'm not really fond of him. He's one of those guys who likes to say a bunch of cruel and unnecessary shit.
Yeah, I don't even know the guy. And he was calling me a prick last night. I don't even know the guy.
Well, that's the thing
And I
on
couldn't
here.
figure out where he was coming from.
The people that you'll notice that when you have a channel like this, right? Everybody's not fighting right now. Everybody's not going at each other's throats. You're not going to have 150 people watching. You're not going to have the crowd's not going to be all riled up and all that stuff. But when you go to these other channels, it attracts those people. It's almost like a safe haven for them, and it's kind of a sick and twisted game that we're playing on here.
A constant Jerry Springer.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a real Jerry Springer vibe to some of these panels. That's for sure. At least that's why I do like Speakeasy's verbal combat, because at least it's very upfront with like that's the whole point of it, is for everyone to be dramatic and shitty, So I appreciate the honesty of it. That's the reason I've gone on there a couple of times. I didn't go last night because I was too tired. I wasn't. I'm still not feeling that great today. I don't know what the hell's going on with me. I think I'm going to the doctor in 2 days, so I'm just
Oh,
trying to get
good.
through to then. But yeah, no, I finally got my ENT appointment, so hopefully they will find something with my brain or whatever that's going on to cause the vertigo, and then like that would be a miracle. So, any case, but regardless, either that or it'll bolster my disability case. One of the two things: either they find a cure, or they show that either I won't need the disability, or they'll actually fully back up the disability thing. So one way or another, I feel like it's a win-win. So I'm happy with that. If I can't work, I don't want to be on disability, but if I can't work, I don't have much choice. So.
And I
I
want to
heard
make a
that.
clarification real quick, because I just checked. He and Joshua were having a conversation on Discord.
Mhm.
All I did was post the link because Chris and I decided to do a spontaneous evening stream. I didn't invite them on. I didn't say come on. I just
Yeah.
posted the link and they hopped on. So
No, look, it was
whatever
Jack.
Joshua thought was
I've read it
all in his
myself.
head.
I've read it myself. Jack's the one's like, hey, let's go on panel right now, and he was like, oh yeah, there's at the link, and they went on there. I mean, it was nothing. There was neither me, and I didn't message either one of them either. I didn't even message it at all, and so like it
No,
wasn't
I
me
didn't even
or
post it specifically for them to come on. I was just posting it in the
it was in the
Discord.
general chat. It was a
Yeah.
general
Well, it was
announcement.
machines. It was under the Uncle Ted's Cabin
And
channel.
Right.
But
and nothing was weird during the broadcast until 30 minutes afterwards.
no,
Yeah,
he's
no,
Then
he
it got
flipped his
weird.
wig about something. I don't know what. But there's something going on with Joshua because he's having trouble on other panels lately too. So I think this is just a symptom of something larger going on
Yeah,
with
he's
him.
stuck in
You could have
Vietnam.
possibly triggered his sexuality. You know how there's the people that are most uncomfortable with
I don't know. Uh-oh. I think I'm freezing up.
Moose
Nah,
froze up. Moose
Or is it
froze.
moves?
moves.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. He's out there in paradise. I'm sure his signal
He's
isn't great.
he's probably using, what is that thing,
I
Starlink?
know I couldn't be on a stream if I was out in
There we
that
go.
kind of weather right
There
now.
he
You're
is.
back now.
I was just saying how a lot of the people like the Republicans or whatever, you'll notice that they're like, oh, I'm against gay marriage, and then all of a sudden you find out they're having some affairs with men or something. Maybe you made him uncomfortable or something with his sexuality is what I was thinking. I'm
I
not
think he
trying
got
to
his
make a
feelings
claim.
hurt some kind of way, and then he tried to
I think he's hurting his own feelings.
retrofit some drama onto it.
Divert the blame.
I
or the
think he's.
hurt.
I think he's hurting his own. I think that he's actually gotten. I think he started. I think he started having a little bit of a conscience. Is what I think is happening. I think he's listened to enough people throw back his kind of fascist rhetoric into his face enough times about the volcano. I think the volcano thing being kind of a meme at a sort of point on the show with him. I think with everybody saying it, I think it may have started getting to him. I think he may have started being like, okay, yeah, this just.
I don't know. That
maybe,
doesn't seem to bother him at all. Now he's latched on to Flo and Talcott, so those are his new streams until those blow up.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, no,
I don't
And
he's
he was
only been
talking
the
last
Tal-
night about the volcano thing, so I don't
Oh,
think
He's
it's
only been to Talcott once.
yeah, but that's on his
The-
radar now because he's wanting to have the conversation with Talcott because they have mirror image dystopias.
Well, Jack was on the show last night, and
Yeah, but he left before Joshua could talk.
as soon as Joshua asked his first question, Jack bowed out.
Yeah, but then he and Flo stayed on and talked about it.
Oh yeah.
I can see him and Flo getting along. I mean, they have similar kind of like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm good at looking at patterns. I just see the pattern, and I think it's going to be the same pattern eventually on whatever stream he goes on. It's because it's him. It's a pattern with him.
Because I mean,
It happened with the Crucible. The reason he was on my stream was because something blew up with him at the Crucible, so he's looking for another stream to hang out on. And then something blew up with me and him. So now he's hanging out on Flo and Talcott. And when that blows up, he's going to go find another stream. He was on Risky's stream, and that blew up because he doxed that lady, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, he went over to Speakeasies last night too.
Oh, he was on Verbal Combat?
The Late Show. It was after
good.
that.
Oh, the after panel?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
After
Because
Flo.
good for him. I've been encouraging him to go on Verbal Combat. I think he would do good there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, after a while, like Joshua, but at least back whenever he used to come on and kind of tease Emerald and stuff, which I know that Emerald didn't love that as exactly, but at the same time, at least he was being more of a comedian. It was a little bit. I mean, sometimes he took it too far, but at least it was a little bit more varied, and it wasn't like. But here lately, all he's talked about is Christian nationalism and the volcano thing and everything else, and it's just been. He's been getting a little bit repetitive lately, so I mean, I don't know. I think that in itself is kind of a sign. Maybe he might be having problems at home. He might be generally having problems at home but we don't know about. You know, that is.
And Joshua has a master's degree in psychology. He's a technician, so I'm not. If he doesn't know all of this,
sort of makes me wonder now. But yeah, I do believe he works for the government, though. I believe that part. Although he could have made that up too. I wouldn't have any way of knowing one way or another, but still, I believe him nonetheless.
A lot of people work for the government, though. I mean, the government contracts a ton of people from all aspects of life.
Not for the State Department, though.
He says he worked for the State Department.
And he did have some rather accurate and intimate knowledge of everything that was happening in whenever a lot of Israel Palestine stuff started blowing up. Well, he did. That's the main reason why we kept encouraging him to come on, because he was giving us actual on the ground info about what was happening whenever everything else was being spun one way or another. So it was really interesting to get a real life on the ground perspective,
inside look, yeah,
an inside look at what was really happening. And even though we didn't, we argued with him on his perspectives all the time, even though, I mean, he was technically pro-Israel and we typically were too, but at the same time, his pro-Israel was a lot more, kill them all kind of thing than either one of us are kind of thing. So, it's, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry to Moose, I hope. Oh, your internet's shut off. Okay. I say I didn't interrupt you there.
No, you're not interrupting me. It's the internet just keeps cycling every like few minutes because I'm on
I'm ha-
Starlink.
Oh, you're
I'm
using
having
Starlink.
that issue too today. It
So
keeps
you're
wanting to drop.
cell phone using
With the internet?
Starlink for Wi-Fi? Is that what you're using? Like we have Wi-Fi through Starlink?
Yeah, it's a satellite, and so it tells me like every 6 minutes I'm gonna have like 2 or 3 seconds of delay.
Weird.
Oh, it
So
tells you in advance when the
Wait,
delays
wait,
come.
wait.
yeah,
Wouldn't your cell service be more consistent then?
yeah, but
Or
the problem is I'm in a foreign country, and so
oh, okay.
I have an
Foreign
unlimited
country.
plan. Yeah, I'm in Mexico.
Oh,
He said Baja. I was in California.
I thought California. Okay, that makes sense. So you're using Mexican internet. No wonder.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
Baja California is in Mexico.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
that's true.
I used my phone last month to be on streams, and it was it was pretty damn near perfect. But at the end of the month, I got the bill, and I was like,
Oh,
"Ooh, shit!"
yes, sir. Because
You
you're
didn't have an
paying.
unlimited plan,
I do have an unlimited plan, but the
and they
thing
still
is, yeah, they
they
charge you
still
per.
charge you.
Yeah, once you go over that, because unlimited is not unlimited. So instead of slowing me down or throttling me,
It
they
just
just
charges you more.
charged me on top of that.
Shit, I just have like a Metro PCS plan deal. And like yeah, it'll just throttle you after like 5 gigs or something like that of high speed, but it doesn't really. I
Yeah,
never use that
I
much, but
I
yeah.
remember when car phones first came out. I had a
oh
bag
Oh
phone
yeah.
shit,
for the car. It was 45 cents a minute
Wow.
to talk to somebody.
I
Oh
remember when
yeah, I was
I remember when text messages cost per text message. I remember that.
yeah 20 cents a message
Yeah.
when it first started.
That's why I didn't. That's why every time I would get a text message, like I would just call the person back. I would be like, because we didn't our minute we had unlimited minutes in the plan. I have family. My parents got me a phone on their family plan. Like I didn't even really have any use for it. But people would occasionally text me, and I would be like, "Don't text me. I'm not going to text you back. I'm going to call you." And they'd be like,
Yeah,
"Why'd you
because
call
that
me? I
costs.
texted you." Yeah.
Yeah, who
Because
wants to pay double?
yeah, and plus I always sucked at the 9 key thing. Right, 9 key was not my forte when it came to texting. Like there were people who could do that shit so fast. I was always like, "What the hell? How the hell do you do that?" Because we got to like
Oh, I can't.
press each number. Yeah, I couldn't do it. And I never used texting until keyboards became a thing on phones. Like
And it,
can
my
you
very
see
first
that little
Android.
satellite up there?
Yeah, yeah, that's your
So
Starlink.
yeah, so see how the house is. I got the house right there. It's kind of blocking one side. So
yep.
if I had the Starlink all the way on the top of the roof, then it would have full access to the sky. But because it doesn't, that's why I get that
Oh,
delay.
Can you not move it?
I mean, I can, but once I
You'd have
leave,
to.
I'm going to be using it on my RV.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
it's portable. He'd have to put it on a pole, a mast.
Dude, I'm jealous. You got a nice
is
you got a
that your
nice little life
house or
there,
are you
man.
just visiting?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
his
this is my
house.
Oh,
house. I've
wow.
had this
Okay.
house down here for 7 years because I came down here one year and to visit my father-in-law who he got a Facebook message from a friend from 30 years ago. I think he was in the Vietnam War, and when he came back, he left America. So, anyways, I came down here to visit everybody, and I fell in love with the people of the town. I fell
Oh,
in love with like the culture and the food. This is a town of 3,300 people of locals, and then there's about 500 to 1,000 Americans and Canadians that come down here every year, and some of them live here full time now. So we, not everybody, but I'm part of the Rotary Club, and I do a lot of like community service. My wife does as well, and like we're really like invested in the community kind of thing. Like I if I could live here full time for the rest of my life, I probably wouldn't go back to America. Just because it doesn't matter what you drive, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you wear. I could wear, I could wear my old dusty shoes. Nobody's looking at me differently. I could say hi to my neighbors and they say hi back. They're not like looking at me like I'm trying to harass them or whatever. So it's,
Oh
I
yeah,
feel like it's different.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a real community there. I mean, that's what we're all
Yeah,
about. Is building
community. Yeah,
community
exactly.
buildings is like our whole thing. So yeah,
That's
I
how
mean
Yeah.
Louisiana
that's
is
great.
too.
Sounds like a great place to exist in general. So now you're about to go
Now,
RV traveling.
do you rent your house out when you're not there, or do you just box it up?
I do rent it out now. I do rent it out, but only to people that we friends and family, like friends of
Yeah, okay,
family of friends. So if they want to bring
right.
their family down for a couple months and we're not here, we'll rent it out, you know. And I plant
That are
trees down here. I planted a pomegranate tree, a plum tree, all kinds of other stuff like a mango tree. So, and I don't get to
that,
have all the fruit. But go ahead,
that
Max.
RV looked familiar.
The RV.
I love that landscaping.
Oh, we lost Chris.
Wow, that's such
Yeah,
a
yeah. Me and
nice
Moose met up this year.
in person.
Yeah, as
Oh
he
wow,
was on his way, as he was on his way to Mexico, he stopped by my little hillbilly area.
Yeah, because I'm really
oh,
like big on community, Jeff. Like I'm a real dude, and like
that's what we
uh
do. That's what we're
Yeah,
trying to
And
use the stream
that's
for.
what we're all about, right?
he met up with Benton too
Oh,
on his
real? Where does
trip,
Benton live?
um
Arkansas.
Benton,
Oh, okay.
he's on the road now that he drives the 18 wheeler, but I met him in somewhere in Arkansas, about an hour away from Lake Dardanelle, and I met him at a Starbucks, right? And this is another thing that like blew up on the internet. It was like I went there with him. We walked into the Starbucks. We had the stream going, right? And the lady there asked us not to stream.
The customers. I remember watching that.
Yeah, they asked us not to stream inside the store, and so I said, "No, no problem, no problem. Go ahead and go outside. I'll buy the coffee and stuff." So I grabbed the coffee. We go outside, continue the stream, and then about 2 hours later, we've got like a 4 hour hit piece on us about why we didn't give them a First Amendment audit and why we didn't do this and why we didn't do
Stand up for
that.
You mean
rights,
from Benton?
principles, and freedoms.
No, not from Benton, from
Oh,
everybody who like Paul and
oh.
OTW News and
Those First Amendment audit people are just the most
What is wrong
obnoxious
with these
fucking.
people?
Oh my god.
Jealousy.
Oh, the
I
First
think
Amendment audit
It
guys.
does. It seems very small. Like they have very small lives. That this is what
Yeah.
occupies their attention.
No, like they have channels. They have channels that actually have tons of followers where they go around and they just like their whole thing is they film themselves harassing people but from a distance where it's technically not illegal, and then they basically rile them up to get them angry so that they'll attack them and then they can spray them with pepper spray or they'll just go up to cops and just call them assholes and stuff like that. You know,
I'm
because like
reading
they
about it now.
yeah. Yeah, this
I
the
ran.
whole First Amendment audit thing is just complete asshole
Is
bullshit.
that
I
kind of
don't
what
give a
Joe
shit.
Cool does with the cop watching?
that's what
Yeah,
Joe Cool does, but Joe Cool doesn't do it in a disrespectful way.
Yeah, no,
th-
he's not. He
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm
harass them.
fascinated with his channel. I watch those videos all the time.
one of my favorite ones is when he tells us about how the police officers in a certain city, they leave their cars running. So the police officers get out of their car, they leave it running, they go into the station, and the cars are running for 6-8 hours at a time. They're never shut off, right? And so that's what he was like, hey, you're causing the taxpayers to pay all this money that they shouldn't have to pay. Nobody should have to pay for your car to be on when you're not using it, right? So
Plus,
those
it's
are the
bad for
kind
the
of things
car.
that he does, right? And so I get behind him on that stuff. I've never seen him go out of his way to like, try to get a cop to like punch him in the face or start talking, like bad
Yeah,
to
no,
anybody.
I've watched some of his stuff too, and he's never done anything like that.
well, he
Yeah.
said he started off that way and quickly
Oh,
changed his approach.
well, good. I'm glad he learned he learned his lesson because like I can't stand people that do that shit. That just their whole thing is being obnoxious to people in public to try to get a rise out of them because
I ran
somehow
into I
Yep.
ran into one asshole, and if you look at let me put it up there. Hold on. if you look at my avatar, the guy changed his mind real quick.
Hell, they don't even know that's your gun. You could just take that off the internet, you know.
No, that's mine.
I know it is, but I'm saying, but like they
I
wouldn't
didn't.
even know that you wouldn't
Yeah,
you didn't have to do much. They were
I need
doing
to
it scared.
look at that. I don't even know if it's showing the serial number or not. I better check that.
I can't see it, but it's a pretty small.
Yeah.
I don't know how big the it depends on the resolution if they can blow it up big enough to see anything like that.
Yeah.
I doubt the resolution is saved that high.
Well, it's amazing what people can figure out from one clip. I'll give people credit for that.
A lot of that's because a lot of things like that when they can zoom in, it's usually because everyone's recording in 4K high def shit and everything these days. And like the on a phone, you can't even get close to like what a 4K resolution looks like. So if you're recording at 4K on a phone and then they post that, you can on a bigger screen blow that up. You can like actually do like the whole like the old school
Well,
zoom and enhance thing because you can actually zoom in and actually see individual like little like things.
That is a 4K photograph.
Oh, is
just
it?
my light, just my streaming isn't 4K. Well, he must have hit another black spot. Oh, by the way, Jeff, you do got permission to speak.
Huh?
I said I give you permission to speak.
I love his icon, by the way. Speak about what?
Never mind.
Yeah, there's just been so many panels lately where like people have been talking over you, like I am right now.
Trying to tell Jeff when he could talk and couldn't.
Yeah, who was that the other day on my stream?
Like, iFi was one of them.
Was it iFi? One of somebody.
iFi did it once.
I'm like,
iFi did it once.
Letting me talk on my own show.
Yeah, that was absolutely mind-boggling. It's my show, but you shut up. Or it's your show, and don't you talk. Oh, he must have lost signal.
He said nice his wife called him. He had to go take the call. No big deal.
Yeah, he's a cool.
Yeah,
I met him.
He seems like a nice guy, and I like that he's into community building and Rotary Club and all that.
I met him and his wife and his daughter. Good people. Bought him a coffee. We met up. We talked for about an hour, I guess, and it wasn't enough. We were having a good time.
Yeah, it's just a little taste. How have you met any other people offline?
No.
I haven't. Nobody from the streaming universe, anyway.
Me and Jeff were gonna get to meet, but then like he couldn't.
The airport. Sure, they had it all locked down, and people.
Oh God!
But I was in Dallas at the airport.
Yeah, for like a long layover, but we couldn't figure out how to make it work because
that's
it was too difficult for him.
That's where Cynthia is at.
In Dallas?
Cynthia's in Dallas. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I think it's Dallas. I know she's in Texas.
Well, if she's in the DFW area, it's a massive area. I mean, it's Fort Worth, Dallas, Irving, and like a thousand.
Yeah, my wife went down there once for a trip, and she was telling me how huge it was. Just the DFW whole thing.
The sprawl of it, it's really quite a lot. I mean, it really is. I mean, because like it takes. I mean, if by the time you get to like where the city starts coming in from I-30. From my parents live in Texarkana, so that's where we usually drive in from. So you come in from the east side, and if you drive straight through all the way, if you take I-30 all the way through down like through Fort Worth and everything, I mean that's about an hour's worth of.
What did Talcott just post?
Wait, what? Where on his channel?
I don't know. I just got a message across my screen.
It looks like he's streaming at 2 hours.
Is that what it is?
Sincere brief lesson Saturday. Let me check his community.
This is a brief lesson from my experiences.
Is it on YouTube or Twitter or Discord?
YouTube. Please forgive the language. It was just posted at 3:08. If I touch it, I'm afraid I'll get kicked off
video?
Screen.
Is it a video?
I'm not seeing it.
Did he post it on YouTube? Where did he post it?
It's a video clip posted on YouTube.
Okay. If we can find if it's a clip post on YouTube, then we can
Oh,
find
a
it.
short.
We'll play
We
it.
can. You want to play
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, let's play it.
Is it
Yeah.
a short? I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
Let's check
Let
it
me. I pulled it up. Let me.
Looks like him and Snafu.
Mm.
Oh yeah, he spent a lot of time with Snafu yesterday. I'm surprised. Let me change my settings real quick.
I've only encountered Snafu for a brief few moments, and I did not want to encounter more. So
Snafu is not he's not what he seems. What he does
Nope.
online and what he if you were to talk to him in private, 100% different person.
Well, why does he?
Crazy.
So it's an app.
My experience as a union rep. I learned so much from that experience, sincerely. I mean, but just common sense and obvious. You want a better boss, teach him how to fucking lead, right? Take some ownership,
He's
take
right.
some control.
I have to do that with my
Workers
bosses.
and citizens, workers and people.
you shouldn't have to though.
Cities, we should be inviting ourselves to
Yeah,
the
you-
table at every fucking
Well, that's a good way to get
so
hurt.
that we are a
In a
part
perfect
of
world,
the
maybe, but
decision making and part
I
of
know.
when
I'm
you
just-
have to, you
the
have to.
workplace,
Same with
the
teachers. I have to
community,
teach my teachers how to teach.
nation.
I've been there
this-
too.
I learned this from my experience as
All right.
a union
So that's
rep.
his little clip.
So Snafu does that because it's plausible deniability because he acts mentally unstable. So that way, when he makes claims that someone's
Get
a
his like brain
pederast-
blown off from cooking meth or something.
No, well, he was doing marijuana
Hash.
concentrates.
Oh,
Hash oil.
So, but yeah, that's what he told me when I called him. He said, you know, I play this character online because I make a lot of claims that people do this or do that, and you know, if I ever have to go to court, then I can tell him it's a character and not, you know,
why
like
would
Alex
he have
Jones
to go
thing.
to? That seems like so much work. Why don't you just be a normal person and make normal connections? Why would he have to go to court?
Well, he's calling, you know, big name players on this platform pederasts and pedophiles and he's making claims like that, you know. So
Does
these
he have
people-
good reason? Are these people? Does he
No,
have
he's starting
evidence?
drama.
He's just starting drama.
To me, it's a troll tactic to start like accuse
See,
someone of the most hyperbolic thing you could think of to see how much drama.
To me, him acting crazy thing that doesn't bother me. I don't mind people acting crazy. Like I don't really mind Smith. Like Smith is the.
I'm coming to
spurriest-
appreciate Smith more and more, honestly. And Smith can like be on a panel and not disrupt.
Yeah, I mean the things he says are completely insane, but like but the insanity doesn't bother me. I'm used to crazy. Crazy doesn't bother me. But going on to panels and yelling at people, calling them PDFs and stuff like that, that's where I have issues with. Like unless you have damn good reason to be calling somebody that, then you don't need to be that doesn't need to come out of your mouth. Because like that's an because those accusations can ruin
I
people's
feel the
lives.
same way
especially.
about the term racist.
Yeah, me too. I know. Well, I mean, like calling someone a PDF is a little bit worse, but yeah, it's still bad.
calling someone a racist isn't going to potentially cause somebody to kill them. You know, if somebody finds out that you're a child diddler and you go to prison, you are a target, and you get
even if you're not in prison, if they dox you or something like that.
But that's if they take Snafu seriously. Like, who's going to watch Snafu on YouTube and believe that somebody's a PDF?
Other crazy people. Unfortunately, and those are the kind of people that actually will hurt somebody. That's the problem, is that people like other crazy people like other crazy people, and like they will the people. Okay, but just because like my experience alone with the girl that we tried to help and everything, she was for no reason. There was zero reason for her to think that this, but like was convinced that me and Lindsay were somehow using our closet, Lindsay's closet in her room as a place that we were holding children while we were trafficking them, and was telling this to people. As part of the reason that I actually had to kick her out. I had to buy her a bus ticket and send her back packing, because I found that she was telling this to other people, like random people, and I was like,
this is just because she was crazy.
Yeah, just because she was crazy. Yeah.
Oh.
That's nuts, dude.
But you can't just. I mean, like my daughter, my other daughter wasn't born yet, but like I have my 14-year-old at the time daughter was living here with us. You know, I mean, like she was like like you're not only going to make it impossible for someone to get a job or something like that.
I got arrested once. I got arrested once for that.
What?
Because somebody called it, because someone made that accusation. Yeah, because they will, because I mean, and you could understand the logic behind it, right? You'd rather be safe than sorry. If someone is making any kind of credible claim
Yeah,
that
but
someone,
I don't understand the logic of cops just taking some random person seriously and going to arrest somebody without any kind of evidence or probable cause, just because some on the
That's
internet
how
said
that
something.
whenever kids are involved,
yeah,
it's arrest first,
They would
ask
go
questions
and
later.
investigate and question, but they wouldn't just come and snatch you.
yeah,
Oh,
not
they
all the
did.
time, not all the time.
They
Speaking of
did.
children, my daughter took my microphone windscreen, and I'm trying to find it. That's why I'm walking through the house. What the
That's cool, man.
fuck?
I'm enjoying
How
seeing your
old is
house,
she?
dude. I love the look of your house. I love like
Yeah, I do too.
I love the brown wood color. That's such a such a serene color for me. I grew up in I grew up in my grandmother's house in like in the '70s. That she had like this real '70s and '60s, it was like late '60s, early '70s house. I love that wood paneling shit and stuff like that. I love that. It's just like it makes me feel like kind of warm and nostalgic. Yeah, it looks really nice. I would feel like I would feel like I was on vacation every day living in the house. That
Is
looks
that
like
your wife, Moose?
he married an abstract art sculptor.
Yeah.
You never know.
Not these days, right? Yeah.
That is a gorgeous house, so
Oh man, it really is. I even like your like your choice of furniture and stuff like that. It's like
I
very.
love that little balcony at the top of the
Oh yeah,
stairs.
that's gorgeous. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say earlier. Well, next time you need to rent it out, man. Like, let us know. Like, we'll rent it out. We'll come do a streamer panelist beach house, like MTV Beach House style. But we'll gather all the worst trolls up, and we'll all bring them down there and like have them like real world it up in your.
Oh man, dude. I used to own a hotel, and let me tell you, people are nasty. People are very, very
No,
disgusting,
I
and
wouldn't
so
actually do that. I wouldn't actually do that to you, Moose. I was a joke.
I know it was
I
a
was.
joke. But I do offer to let people come down. In 3 weeks, my father-in-law is supposed to get his house back, and it has an extra 1 bedroom, and then it also has 2 rooms with just a shower in it and a bed and stuff. And I offered, to have people come down and hang out. And
well, Talcott will be down there shortly.
no, he won't. There it is. I found it. I was getting worried.
Well,
But yeah, go
thankfully
ahead.
those are fairly inexpensive. So if you lost it, it wouldn't be like a big deal, right?
Well, Moose, he sold his house, right?
What do you mean?
Talcott sold his house last
Hey,
year.
Patty.
See, this is the whole thing that doesn't seem to make sense to me. None of this whole Talcott experience that I've been part of, none of it makes sense. He wants to be a guru, but he doesn't study anything enough to be a guru, right? He'll watch a 30-minute video, and then he'll go on stream, and he'll take that 30-minute video and talk about a part of the 30-minute video for about 15 to 30 minutes. And then he starts going left field again. It always goes back to we got to end wars and we got to end legal secrets. That's how it always goes
And
back
no
to.
money and no jobs.
No money. And he didn't like me because I oftentimes bring up the fact that if I didn't make a profit at the hotel, I didn't get paid because I'm not an employee. I get
you're
paid.
Right.
You're one of the.
I'm a capitalist. Yeah, I grew up poor. I grew up in a trailer park. I was the oldest of 3 kids. We had 12 people living in a single wide trailer. And when I got out of high school, I decided that I was going to do everything in my power to not end up like that and to get out of that way of life. And so I am a capitalist. I'm 100% capitalist.
That's inspirational, though, to me.
Well, see, the funny part is Jack is getting $300 a month from the Army. As much as he hates.
He's in the Army too.
Yeah, he got hurt He got hurt in the army, so he's getting a $300
That doesn't seem very
disability
much.
check.
Well, that's nothing
Well,
though. I mean, that doesn't pay
yeah,
shit.
it's a very small
That's another thing that doesn't
injury.
make sense to me. I don't understand how anybody could live off of $300 a month. Now, you can call me stupid, you can call me naive, foolish, or whatever, but $300 a month is barely enough to cover
He
like toilet
he
paper, you know.
he
Not
hasn't worked in 5 or 6 years, so he's got to be getting some sort of state help, aid, something. Three
maybe
hundred
maybe
dollars ain't.
maybe some sort of retirement thing he worked out with the postal service that he doesn't talk about or something like that. I mean, like that. I've heard of
He
stuff like that.
spent
Like,
he spent all that money. He blew
oh,
it on these
I don't
But
know.
coaching
I
classes.
don't really want to I don't want to keep talking about his personal stuff. I just
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I was
what
about
I'm
to say he's
saying,
going to be
it's
on in an
weird.
hour and a half. We can just
yeah.
go
We,
confront
No,
him.
I actually will go there today to like I said, I don't want to say anything about I talked
I
about it enough
like the
today.
guy. I do. I
Yeah,
honestly like
I
Jack.
have
I like him
no
me
problem
too.
with
too.
Jack
Me
at
too.
all.
Me too.
I like
It's
Jack,
just
but I don't understand him. I don't
it's
understand why he wants to be a guru, but then he wants to attract people that want to talk down to everybody. Just because you
and he's
might know the truth doesn't mean you have to be cruel.
and he's
Yeah,
had this coaching business set up for 5 years and has had zero customers.
You know that
right.
for sure?
Yeah.
He said that?
Yep.
Of course, I mean maybe he does have customers. He's not talking about it. He could be playing it up for the camera. I don't know. Like it's really I generally speaking I like the guy. I want him to think the best of him because I tend to try to think the best of everybody. But at the same time,
Yeah.
he does a lot of things that make him look like a grifter. He may not be one. He makes a lot does things that make him look like one.
No, that's the thing.
I'm
That's
not
the
saying
thing,
that he
Chris.
is. I'm not
I,
accusing him of being one. I am saying he
he's the
makes himself look
opposite.
like it. I
The
You
believe he
can
is.
appearance.
say that about anybody. You could say that we look like grifters. Like,
But I gave him an idea. I said, look, I'll create you a shirt because you saw Flow State, right? Flow State has his merchandise. Well,
yeah,
I was
if
in
anybody's a
Cynthia's
grifter, it's
channel
fun.
and go
Right.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was in Cynthia's channel and there was somebody talking about, hey, I just bought a Flow State beanie. I bought a Flow State sweatshirt. Oh, I like it. I like supporting the content creators that I like. And so I brought it up on Jack's panel and he totally shot it down. Like it's a free service. I was going to give him a free service. I just designed a couple shirts for the Rotary Club for our events coming up. And I was like, hey, I'm capable of designing you these things and it's free. You can just put it up there and just sell it. And he was just like brushed me off. So it's like
Uh-oh, you got a
how
fan, Moose.
I'm the ringleader of a bunch of clowns, whatever. And it's just weird, man. It's weird because he is so against money that I don't understand what the grift is. Maybe the grift is friends, attention, energy, but it's
I'm not
not
saying I'm
money.
not. I don't really think he is. I don't really think that he is. I'm saying that he does things that make him look like one.
But so
I'm not
does
saying.
Flow. So does like half the streamers that are
Oh,
monetizing.
I mean, but you could even say that I think Flo is pretty honest, open and honest about the fact that he's trying to monetize and he's trying to make money off of it. You know, like it's not like it's not a grift whenever you're talking. I mean, it's only a grift whenever you're claiming to do something. And I'm not saying I do not think he is a grifter. Let me make that very clear. I do not think that Jack Talcott is a grifter. I want to say that definitively. Okay, I don't want to say. I'm saying that he
We
does
can
things that
we can
he does
agree with
things.
that.
I've done that. He's just done things that from a distance, if you didn't watch any of his content, you had no clue about him. If you just heard like this, it adds up to like to someone. I can see how people could think that about him. I just and
But
I
they
don't know
can
why.
think that about anybody on YouTube. Like that
I guess
grifter
so.
gets thrown around about everybody. It's not even a useful observation that somebody could appear to be a grifter.
Okay, fine, fair enough. I mean I just
I personally I take Jack on good faith until I have a reason not to. I think his heart's in the right place. I think he's trying to do his version of good and make a difference. Like I don't see anything sinister about him.
am I
No, I
mumbling,
don't
guys?
see
Am I
anything
mumbling?
sinister either.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I'm wondering if I actually am mumbling or something. It's possible. I mean, if I
I
am,
can
then please.
understand you 100%. I think that's just Talcott Express. He's a funny guy. That's his thing is to
Yeah,
crack jokes.
I generally like Talcott Trust. He's usually very funny and nice to things. Oh, hi Tupelo. Your ceiling is fantastic. Yeah, I agree, man. That ceiling is insane.
I don't know what it
It
is, but here I'll give you a closer look.
It almost looks like
almost
bamboo, but maybe
it looks
not.
like wicker, almost like wicker furniture.
Yeah, wicker. There you go. Is it
Yeah.
actually wood slats?
It looks like it is. It looks like it's actually thatch, actually like woven.
That's what it is. That's the word. It's thatch.
Thatch,
It's a
yeah.
thatch ceiling. Yeah.
That's cool shit. That's cool. Yeah, man. Yeah, no, yeah. We'll drop Bill talk about the thing. I'm not trying to talk shit about him anyway. I'm just saying, like, just like when I hear things like that, just like, I mean, it just sounds like someone who's doing something. He's saying one thing and then doing it for other reasons, you know. And I don't think that's what he's doing. I just don't know why he's not aware of the way. I just think he needs to be more aware of the way he presents himself, because it to me, at least like for me, even though I like the guy, I feel like it loses him some credibility. But nonetheless, I still like the guy. So whatever.
Well, go tell him on his show in an hour and a half.
I will. I am going to.
Are you going to be there, Jeff?
I said it here. So
maybe I'll see. I'll see how it goes. If the Paul drama is going on, I'm not. I don't. That doesn't interest me.
Yeah, no, yeah.
That's just a waste of my time to try to be on a
there,
panel when that's going on.
Yeah, I'm not going to go try to fight the Paul enslaved train or whatever the fuck that is. I don't. I've never encountered Paul enslaved. I've never seen him.
I just do not see what the draw of Paul is at all.
I was on his panel for almost 2 years. I was a big part of his panel. Like I was at one point he called me his right-hand man, and that's why the trolls hate me so much.
Oh, what happened?
And that worked out well, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, what happened was, like, you know, I told him in private, I said, go ahead, go hard at me. You know, you can say whatever you want, stuff. But then it started getting into not just me, it started getting into my wife and calling her a goofy bitch. And things started, like, you know, my wife would walk in and I wouldn't have headphones on. And she would be like, what the fuck is this? What is up with this guy? Like, what did I do? You know? And, you know, at first I thought, oh, this is just me trying to toughen my skin up and stuff, because I'm pretty thin skinned. Before, you know, if somebody was talking shit to me or talking down to me or whatever, I'd be like, why? Like, what did I do wrong? You know, like, what's going on? And then after my experience over on Paul's channel for so long, like I've learned that I was always looking for outward acceptance, and I was always looking for outward approval of my life, and like trying to get validation that I'm on the right path and kind of stuff like that. And so I started pulling back, and then I made the mistake of letting people who
yes, his internet timed out again.
He'll be back.
Yeah, that sucks that the Starlink thing does that. Like that's like I would.
Well, they don't have all the satellites up yet.
Damn it! So
Starlink. Damn you,
I'm
Elon.
sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Damn you, Elon.
You're okay.
But
no, it's
yeah,
not you at all.
I took it personal and stuff, and so I started backing off. And then we would have conversations like we're having now about Jack, right? But then Paul kind of spun it to where I was trying to defame him and all this kind of stuff. And so, yeah, I basically tried to make amends with him. So I came back to his channel for a little bit. I'd pop in, I'd crack a couple jokes about the audience. I'd tell a little bit about my own journey or whatever. I'd do self-deprecating humor. And then I just finally got bored with it. I said, you know what? This isn't what I want to be. I don't want to talk down about other people. I don't want to talk down to them. I want to be like a light in the dark. I want to be able to inspire other people to get up and better their lives. Like, I'm not here to deconstruct you and then build you back up. Like, that's not my job. My job isn't to tell people what to do or what to be. My job is just to go out there and show you that, hey, I'm putting my hands in the dirt. I'm growing food. I'm growing community, and it's possible for you to do it too. And that's where our hearts drifted, kind of thing.
Talcott, come on and tell us. Like, okay, I'm confused about Talcott Express because he seems like he stands for Talcott, but also Paul at the same time.
That is most.
What? I didn't hear the
Talcott.
question.
I said, do you know who
Talcott
Talcott
Express.
Express is?
No.
I probably do know who he is, but I'm not gonna make assumptions, and
Okay.
you know,
No,
it's
that's
not worth
okay.
it.
That's responsible.
Yeah, that's responsible. But why is he saying you created a hate channel? What does that mean? I mean, I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just curious what that means.
So
It started.
not this last Christmas, but the Christmas before that, I started a 24-hour stream. I was on the road, and I put the 24-hour stream up, and then it ended up being 48 hours and 56 hours or something like that. And it just ended up being a bunch of people bitching about Paul. People just kept coming up because that's where they knew me from, right? That's so that was our connection was, oh, they always knew me from the Paul Enslaved channel. So it was hard to get away from it. That's the thing. He's so genius.
Well,
that,
it was fresh off of him blasting your hotel episode.
yeah, there was a day where I went and I reported his channel because I felt threatened because he had shown my hotel and my business and my daughter and my business's phone number and stuff. Well, it was my business's website. So it was a public thing. It wasn't like a private thing. It wasn't an email or something like that. It was a public website, and I still, his viewers are pretty fucking intense and insane, and so I took offense to it, and I went to strike his channel, and then he said he was going to sue me. I put out an apology. It was a lot of drama. It was a lot of drama that I didn't really want in my life or didn't really ask for. But I guess I did because I let a place where people could talk shit about Paul, and that wasn't my intention. My intention was never that. So it was just a big pile of shit I stepped in, Jeff.
Yep, that it was.
Yeah, I think everybody in this space seems to at some point step in some big piles of shit. It seems like I'm
There's
still
so
waiting
much
for
of
my
that in
moment.
the streaming universe. It seems like the type of people it draws. But there's also there's so much potential for something more better than that too.
Yeah, and arguably without all the tension, without all the trolls and the drama, like the potential for something great may not even really have much chance of growing. It's almost like I mean, how do you grow plants in a garden? What do you need? How do you fertilize? You use shit. So they are the fertilizer.
They are the manure that allows this community to grow. It's kind of a sad truth.
It really
right. Is. And that's where it takes it back to Jack and Paul and the Jack and Paul experience, because, he brings a lot of that. He brings it, he brings those people, and those people wouldn't be there had Paul not brought those people to Jack. And he continually brings them to Jack.
But Jack's responsible for letting them on, continuing, perpetuating that, because people try to bring trolls to this channel and I get rid of them right away. So Jack, ultimately, the responsibility lies with Jack.
I get that, but I think he wants it, Jeff. I think he wants it because he sees the numbers and he likes the numbers. He's looking for sponsors.
Machine does the same thing. I've heard that from people that the trolls bring numbers.
Yeah, I still
maybe that's why we're not growing. But I'm not. I don't want to grow that way.
I don't understand. I don't understand why the trolls bring numbers though. Confrontation brings views, yeah, but we have
drama the same way Jerry Springer and
we have confrontation here all the time, though, Redington. Like we have confrontations with tons of people. Like we have with Joshua Jones and other people like that. Tons of confrontation, but it's not. But it's not like. But the trolls talk over everyone and scream over everyone and take over the panels. That's why who wants to watch someone just spurging out over and interrupting anyone else's actual interesting conversation. Like where is the interest in that? That's what I don't get. I don't get the love for the Illuminatomis of the world and stuff like that. Even though he apparently, I've been told recently, he's had some appearances where he's been nice or respectful in his everybody has the ability to, But still, like, I mean, if like there's someone who has the specific goal of going out there and causing chaos and doing nothing but causing chaos, and you know what? I don't even mind if they're funny. I now they're taking over the panel and bulldozing everybody. That I don't care for. Period. But if they come on and they're just being there for as a chaos agent and they're funny, I'll let a lot of things slide because of for like just the fact that it's entertaining to, at least to me. But a lot of times they're not even funny. They're just angry, and it's not like unless you just think it's funny just to like a lot watch people like act like an angry chimpanzee or something like that. I don't see
like
what
wrestling characters. Like
they're not
whatever.
even good at that. Like
Yeah, I
wrestling
know,
characters are
but that's
entertaining. Yeah, like old school, like old school, like Ric Flair type stuff. You know, like something like that. You know, I'd be down with that. Yeah, I'd be down with that. I would.
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
even like
You're right,
wrestling.
Redington. I guess I'm so used to troll. They've been around since the AOL days. I mean, I used to do a bit of trolling myself, so I
Yeah, me
guess I
too.
understand how to handle trolls and what like their psychology. And people that don't, I think they give trolls the upper hand.
Yeah, I say because not only do I like I've done some trolling, I have a very I would say a fairly refined appreciation for trolling. I think trollings have an art form to a degree. Whenever it's done properly and it's done in the right spirit, it's fun and it's funny and it's funny for everyone and everyone kind of gets the joke and everything like that. You know. It's just whenever but it's just that people go on and I don't think but someone who just attacks somebody they consider, I don't even think that's trolling anymore. It's just harassment. Like these like people are just harassment people or bulldozers or like I call them sometimes people that like go on like panels and like they do is like they start a fight with somebody and they start screaming at everybody. They start screaming at that person until like that's the only thing you could hear is just like "Rah!" You know, it just turns into all you hear is just like it turns into like it's worse than watching cable television. Whenever they used to the panels on cable television, like they would just have everyone talking over each other, and it's just like it's all these people screaming about like Trump or Biden or whatever. Like it's no different than that, except like they're talking about sometimes like a little bit more
Yeah,
a
see,
little
Jeff, no.
yeah. If you deny yeah, exactly. That's what you don't feed trolls. You don't feed those kind of trolls. But those are the kind of trolls that the ones that just want
Reddit.
attention. Those are the ones that get fed the most. And that's what I mean.
Uh-uh.
I've always
Reddit. It didn't plow over me. Once I figured out what he was up to, Nero. I kept trying to pull Nero out of it, and Nero kept walking into their trap.
What
I
happened between
talked to
you and
Nero about
Ben?
that.
Oh, Benton came on Machine Lies one time. Benton and Provo, and they started a big thing with me and Nero Jack. And then because I'm autistic too, Benton is autistic, Provo's autistic, I'm autistic, and I figured out after a while what was going on, and then I pulled out of it. But Nero couldn't see any of it, and he kept walking into their trap. They kept baiting Nero Jack and then attacking it for like an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the stuff that I just don't find that funny. I don't find too much humor in it. And then
No, it's
I
not
don't feel
funny.
good walking away from it, being part of that.
No, it's not funny. It's not funny. Those are the kind of people I mean, literally, like the best thing,
Well,
not
he
just for your
wasn't being
panel.
that night, Redington. I like Provo too, but that night,
Yeah, I like Provo too, but I guess I could see him doing that. I wasn't there for that one, but like in my opinion, whenever someone's like that, they're basically like they're acting mentally unstable, and they're doing like that. They're doing that kind of trolling where they're just like out there, just like causing fights with ghosts, pretty much, and taking over the panels. In my view, you're not just doing yourself and your panel a disservice. You're doing them a disservice because what they need they need that the attention to be taken away from them. They need to like so that they can calm down and actually because all you're doing is feeding that cycle in their head. The more
well,
you
that's
feed it,
what Jack.
the
That's
worse
what
it
they were
makes.
telling Jack last night. Was that he enables them, like the enabling that
Yeah.
Jack is.
Yeah, you're enabling it and you're making them worse.
Speaking
Like,
of trolls,
hey, there's.
Ha ha ha.
I
hey,
don't think
Redington.
Redington's
You
a
got
troll
me
myself.
already.
I don't think Redington's a troll myself. But,
From my recollection, anyway, I thought Provo wasn't as antagonistic as you guys may have thought he was.
Well, not nearly as much
Provo's
as
been on
Ben.
here before,
But,
and he was
but
cool.
Provo is an antagonist. Like he's an admitted antagonist.
Oh yeah, he I would say he's more of the fine artist of trolls. especially with his satire streams. They're
I
great.
like Provo. I appreciate him.
I do too. Did you see him over on Flow States? Not this Friday, but the last Friday.
No, I don't really watch Flow State.
Okay, so like he hopped up on Flow State's panel because Flow State was doing like a fight night or whatever. He said in the thing that he was looking for a fight or something, and nobody on panel was fighting.
Conflict content. I was
Yeah,
there.
and he, Provo pops up because nobody's fighting with each other. No one has any conflict with each other, and he just goes in there. He just starts picking a fight with everyone.
He kept attacking me, like trying to pick a fight with me over the Satanism, which is so played out by now, and it wasn't going anywhere.
Being a Mormon going against a Satanist, like I was just like, man, I don't understand the whole Satanism thing, but fuck, that was just like. He cracked me up. He did crack me up, but it was getting old.
Yep.
I'm still. I can still hear you guys. I guess I'll wait for just a second. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate anybody who can kind of like do like trolling in like what I consider the old school style, like the old school original trolls from back in like the old 4chan days, such as the Bear Browns of the world, the Weave before he became a fascist, Nazi type stuff. Like guys that were there just to take the piss out of other people who were taking themselves too seriously. I appreciate those guys. I think they're actually kind of necessary because like there's a big tendency on the internet for people to take themselves way too goddamn seriously about stupid shit, and sometimes it takes a troll to actually kind of like to make the jokes that need to be made to like bring them back down to earth, and I think it's kind of almost something that's almost part of the ecosystem, it's like it's like a natural predator type situation, it's like it's kind of necessary to kind of keep the herd from getting out of hand, if like you don't have those natural predators there, then at some point the state's going to have to
well, what would happen? We would have actual productive constructive conversations all the time, and
no I'm talking
about like go somewhere.
No, I'm talking about
what are they calling?
I'm talking about the good trolls. Once again, I'm talking about the good trolls, not the bad trolls. I'm talking about the good trolls. I'm talking about and they exist to like keep the people that take themselves too seriously and are too like. And I mean, the good trolls technically should counter like the annoying like steamroller trolls, but like they typically don't because like you can't really do much of the steamroller besides get out of its way, or ignore it,
or keep them off of your panels.
You just have to let them blow their steam out, and then they just peter out and go away.
When does it switch from trolling to harassment?
Whenever it stops being, whenever you're not being funny, you're not being clever, whenever you're just attacking someone on ad hominem,
when it becomes
or just
slander and libel,
slander, libel type stuff, or just like screaming like obscenities type thing, just going full ad hominem, but not like not making like funny little like little quips or jokes, that kind of thing. Whenever they go full on, just like just calling like like when what was it, TVE, just calling Jeff F.
Oh yeah, like going after when they get personal, when they go after your family, your wife, your kids,
anything like that. Anything like
I would say
that
night with Neurojack Benton was bordering on harassment.
I used to poke Moose because I thought he was an asshole at first.
Moose? He's like one of the nicest people in the panel verse so far.
Yeah, but no, I used to be a real asshole because
at first.
I used to be a real asshole because I'm that small guy who always got picked on, and so when people would come up on panel and they try to talk shit or something, I would just go for their throat every single time, and people in the crowd would think it's funny and blah blah blah, and then I'd get out of the stream or whatever, and I'd go about my day, and I'm like, man, I don't feel good about myself. I don't feel good about what I did because it wasn't the I don't know, man. You don't need to slit everybody's throat. Like, I don't know.
It's called having a conscience.
Yeah, or growth, or just individual growth in general. Yeah, it's both having a conscience and just growing as a person. I mean, sometimes because I think we've all kind of been there to some degree.
I feel bad sometimes too when I feel like a bully when I like go after people too hard. So like I felt that way with Cecil one day because he makes it so easy. It's really not a fair fight, and I like.
There's There's more to that story than meets the eye.
There's
Oh
gotta
yeah,
be.
I've heard.
Yeah, we've all heard. But I mean, he doesn't come on
From
here or
the
anything, so I don't
didn't
know.
didn't he come from the old Fortran days,
That's supposedly, yeah.
Something like that.
if I
You know,
recall?
and I'll give Cecil credit. Like I've seen him on TML stream where like even though he's mostly playing video games and sleeping, like occasionally something will perk him up and he'll actually make a good point or two, and I'll be
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Sometimes he does.
When he's
I'll be
not
like,
playing
well,
his video games.
yeah, I'll be like,
I just
damn,
don't
Cecil,
like this.
surprise the shit out of me, you know?
Trying to pull
No, yeah.
Cecil face.
Not
Yeah.
just that,
Oh,
but then he'll like eat like right that close to the camera, which I don't mind. People eat on stream, whatever. I try not. I try not. If I've done it before too, but I try not to. I'll try to turn my camera off when I'm eating, and try to like mute myself. But like sometimes he gets right up to the camera, and like the other day,
I
like
think
he was
it's
on
on
stream.
purpose, yeah.
Yeah, it's totally on purpose. You can tell because he's framing himself to like watch, so he like taking like a bite out of like this burger or something. I'm like he's like this close to his mouth. I just like who wants to fucking see that? Like
At least it
I
wasn't
don't.
noisy last time with that giant hamburger he had. At least he doesn't get noisy with it. So there's that.
Yeah,
now that guy Tarek used to be bad about that, eating on camera and the lip smacking. Oh man,
Yeah, I don't mind the visuals. It's the audio that's really annoying.
yes.
I mean the visual
Especially lip
the visual
smacking.
the visual of somebody eating and if the audio's there, yeah, that's one thing. But the visuals of somebody eating doesn't bother me at all because like sometimes people just it doesn't I don't know I don't get weirded out by that. But that close to someone's face in general, he just keeps it that close to his face all the time anyway. I just don't which I find that to be obnoxious in the
We,
first place.
yep.
But before I forget, I agree with your point about there being fine trolls. That they're kind of necessary because it'll end up being like that movie Equilibrium, where everybody's emotionless and too clinical, and they take injections to keep the emotions down and shit like
Yeah,
that. I mean, it's
yeah.
kind of hyperbolic, but that's what I was thinking of. Like we need to have levity and not be too serious and be able to have some creativity.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, someone, I mean, like, if people can't, like, at least make fun of themselves a little bit, then nature, the universe is going to present people that are going to do that for them. Because I don't think anyone should take themselves that seriously. I make fun of myself all the time. Jeff does too. Like, we're all very self-effacing, like, jokesters. Like, I'll make jokes with other people too. I have no issue with that. But it's always good natured. I never just like attack somebody just like I mean there have been a couple people like troll types that have gone on and like I mean I might have been like in terms like in my head I was definitely being a lot more mean than I was with my words, but I mean like I definitely could have gone I remember like when I was on Verbal Combat and like that Nev person came on I was that triggered the fuck out of me because like it's supposed to be topic based and everything, and like she was like trying to make this point that she was
It was
apparently a joke that wasn't even like
was it
part of the thing.
was that the
Yeah.
dolphin one?
Yes, that was the dolphin one. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And like after all the arguing and screaming between her and Jeff and me and everything, and then like then the whole thing was like she just wanted to make a joke that wasn't even remotely
Oh,
funny.
that girl, that thing on
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat, Verbal Combat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, people like that, like that triggered me, a little bit. But like,
So
at the same
much
time, I
of
never,
it is like not about what it seems like on the surface. It's all like the little animal stuff in our limbic brain that gets set off.
yeah, but at the same time, I didn't cross the line being like, well, you don't even like, I could have, believe me, clearly they're a trans person. I have no issue with that, but I don't think they pass as well as they think they do.
No, she came across as a really bitchy gay. I didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Like it would have been very easy it would have been very easy and you could kind of tell they were a little bit self-conscious about it. Like I can see that shit too. I have eyes for psychological ticks. It'd be very easy to go in on somebody like that and say some very mean things. But I keep myself away from doing that because it's just cruelty, and it's not even if it was funny, it's not funny enough to me to be hurtful, like. And
but at the same time, like, but getting, like, sometimes you can get genuinely emotional or angry to some degree because someone's just literally just being a dick or they're just being obnoxious, and that's fine. Sometimes that needs to be pushed back against too. But I mean, it really is better to handle it with a sense of humor that's like, that can be both like I don't even mind when people make fun of me. I don't give a shit. Man, like Joshua Jones called me fatty the other day, and I was just like, okay. I was like, all right, man. If you think I'm fat, that's cool. I mean, I'm
Well, he
pretty
has a
sure.
micro penis. That's his micro penis talking.
I mean, I don't. I see, like, and I mean, granted, like about I don't know, 10 years ago, that probably would have really hurt my feelings because I really was fat, and I was a little self conscious about it. And I even though I'm not in great shape now, I know the difference between what I look like fat and what I look like now, and I'm not even close to where I look like fat. So I have no, like, it's just like like calling me a fatty. This is nothing to me. I'm like, yeah, you can think I'm fat if you want, man. I know what I look like fat. Like I was really fat. I mean, if you want to make fun of me or something, make fun. I mean, at least go after. If you're going to go make fun of my appearance, at least go after the fact that I'm missing teeth and shit like that. I mean, like, the reason I'm missing teeth isn't because, like, I didn't brush my teeth enough or something like that. It's because I fallen due to vertigo and shit like that. But nonetheless, like, but it's still like, go after my mouth, go after something, go after my open shirt, something like that. Like, like, go after something that makes sense. Like, don't even, like, I don't know, like go after, call me fat is just like hilarious to me. I'm just like,
Speaking of trans, Flo's here.
oh, Flo's here. Hey, Flo. You want
Flo.
Jerry Morzensky? Who's Jerry Morzensky?
Oh,
I've never
that's
even heard
that
of him.
M guy that Josh was talking about. That mental energy something. It's some new age healing method, mental health method. Nobody wants to see your eggplant. Put that away.
I don't. I
My
don't.
my screen froze up for a second.
I do not know.
Ooh, yes, Patty. Exactly.
Yeah, I did watch it out. That's why I linked it in the Discord. I don't know if he's in the Discord though.
Yeah, Flo, are you in the Discord?
I don't
I just
think
put
he
the
is.
invite in the back.
Well,
We
you're
have a
invited.
Discord for anybody wants to join.
TML's Discord. I mean, I don't know about your guys's.
And actually, Flo, if
Oh,
you
we
would,
have one too. I'll put our.
yeah,
You have to
Flo.
post it again if he's in the back channel.
Okay.
Demons.
Please do join the Discord, Flo, because, like, it won't be probably not like this week or next week or something. But
Oh,
I'm
he's not
working.
on Discord. He's not on Discord.
Oh, yeah, it's not Discord. Okay. Well, there is something I at some point next week I want to talk to you about. Well, I'm working on a project that I think you might want to be part of, but it might be a few weeks, might be a month, I don't know, but still, I'll get a hold of you somehow.
No, to clarify, the video is an interview. Owen Benjamin was interviewing Jerry Merzinski, and yeah, I don't really care for Benjamin, but he's separate from the guy that wrote that book. Marzinski refers to John Mace, who named his method after himself. Which I have yet to finish those books, and even up front, the guy says, you can't do this by yourself. You need to actually have someone that's trained in it to do it with you. So it's not really a self-help book. So I don't know what Jones was talking about. He was just going kind of crazy there for a minute in TML's Discord anyway. So there's a little confusion with that because I'm losing my train of thought. Brzezinski's interesting. He is definitely interesting because he's part of the reason why my mental health improved.
Really?
Okay. What did he do? What is MIM? Like, what did it do for you?
Well, that method didn't do anything for me, but it was Marzinski who's separate from that guy. He just
So the MIM guy is not Morzinski, it's somebody
No,
else.
it's John Mace. It's called the Mace Energy Method. And it's his own thing that he concocted up, which I need to look into how much of the results he gets. But he claims that it just deals with trauma on a different kind of way. It's like, I don't know if it's visualization kind of technique or not, but apparently it dissolves the energy that's supposedly locked in your body or something with the trauma. So when you experience the trauma, it's locked into your body somehow. So this method goes in there and dissipates the energy in there, and then you don't have the effects of the trauma anymore. Apparently, I'm
Have
not
you
sure
used
if
it?
I'm not sure if I'm explaining it correctly, so don't take my word for it.
I'm
Because I
looking
haven't
it up.
read
But
through
have
all
you
the
used it?
material. I haven't used it because it's not a self
You have to find
implemented.
a
You have to
practitioner.
have a practitioner that does it.
Oh, okay.
But
I thought you.
Merzinski,
Oh, Marzinski is the one that helped you.
on
Okay.
the other hand, who did help me because from what he's done 40 years of psychologist slash. He's not a psychiatrist. He's a psychologist. I forget the exact title that he had, but
Well, psychiatrist is just
he
a psychologist that can prescribe
started.
medicine. So.
Yeah, he started out in the mental health, the hospitals in Georgia. I think he ended up in the Milledgeville, the one of the largest mental health institution in Georgia, and then he switched over to state prisons to help schizophrenics. And his methods of he was just curious. He just would ask them questions, and basically he would ask them what the voices were talking about, which the mainstream the establishment tells psychologists not to do that, for various reasons, I guess. But he kept pushing, and eventually he found out that these voices are not hallucinations. They're actually some kind of discarnate entity that's whether whether that's actually the case. I don't have any proof. Like, he has 40 years of dealing with these voices and whatnot, and he's from the video. Like, if you watch the video, he provides at least testimony to these voices not being just hallucinations. So when I
The
realized that it's not these, even if he's wrong, right? Even if he's wrong, the point is, practically, if you understand that not all negative thoughts are yours, and you're just aware that wherever they come from, it just helps. At least for me, it helped my mental health considerably, because it's like, wait, that's not me. I'm not that. So you can
Well,
just
I'm glad to
realize
hear that.
that those are lies.
I'm glad to
And
hear that helped you a lot. I think that, but I do think there's something dangerous about that because I think for a lot of schizophrenic people, including my own wife, it was the opposite thing. The fact of the matter is, like, the what schizophrenia works is that it basically disassociates that your sense of your inner voice, the inner, whenever we think in words in our head, it disassociates that from yourself. So it feels like your own thoughts are coming from outside of you, and so they feel like physical voices go in your head, and so a lot of negative self-talk and everything can just sound like people are just harassing you. Like, and that's the reason why people think like the government's in their head, they
right,
implanted things in their ears and things like that. And so, or whatever the case might be. And I mean, for her, it was like when she got on the medication, the medication she's on, and like she was able to just it kind of reconnected those two parts of herself where she recognized her own inner voice again. And that actually, is basically how it helps her, like. So I mean, I think that's really great that it helps you, and I don't think, and maybe that would help with some people. But I feel like that I don't know
right,
that would be useful for a lot of schizophrenics, because a lot of them, like, they think these voices are definitely coming from, they already think they're definitely coming from outside of them, and therefore, and that's the reason why it's driving them insane. It's like, because they feel like, you know it's like this really dark,
but
awful thing,
they're
because
being
it's
told that they're theirs. You know, I'm not saying that everybody's the
right.
yours was
same.
voices, the thing it helped you with?
No, mine were just negative thoughts. It didn't turn
Oh,
into
Oh,
what
okay,
Chris is
just
talking
negative
about,
thoughts.
where it
Yeah,
disassociates into separate voices.
right.
But when I was on Adderall, I noticed an increase in the negative thoughts when I was
Hmm.
taking Adderall for 2 years, and then when I stopped, they significantly decreased.
hmm.
That, and then later I found Marzinski. So they weren't tied together.
What did
So
Marzinski do for you? How did that help you?
basically realizing that not all of these negative thoughts I was experiencing are mine. So when realizing that, then I can just have a
Like
sense of relief
detach from
that
it?
I'm not beating myself up continually. So I
Yeah,
can, and then
and
I think
that's the thing.
awareness.
It's really interesting. It's really
I think
interesting.
awareness is like, I don't know, half the battle, but it definitely helps if
Mhm.
you're aware of what's going on. Then you can realize that you can just be secure in yourself. In other words, you don't have
How
to.
old are you, Redington?
You don't have to make those negative thoughts your own, as in like, oh, I'm fat, I'm lazy, this or that. You know, whatever the negative thoughts, whatever it says, the negative thoughts that like that, that's not the case. That's false. So
See,
you can
from
focus on more positive aspects of yourself or aspects of life in general, so that you don't have to dwell on the negativity all the time.
See, for me personally, like that would like it would I would feel the opposite. Like if like I felt like it was not if it, but knowing that they're my thoughts that are negative like that helps me to like ignore it because it's like that I know it's just me being like being a dick to myself like I normally am. But like I get what you're saying. I see how that would help in some cases, and like I think that's really interesting. Like it's always interesting to hear a different perspective type thing. You know, like that and that especially about mental health, because like literally, it's like we are actually locked inside our heads, in that sense, like we're in here all the time, and so it's really helpful to hear that, to hear like how it affects other people and stuff like that, and how that helped you and stuff like that, and I think that's really interesting, man. I really do. I think that's interesting. Yeah.
And this,
I
it also kind of ties into the, the topics of consciousness and mind, and whether it's monism or dualism
Mhm.
or etc.
sure. No, I see that. Yeah.
So it's not
What's
just
monism?
idle talk about monism and dualism. There's real life consequences.
How old
Yeah,
are you,
because it
Redington?
makes a difference to your mental health. But I think whether you're a monist or a dualist or whatever, there's approaches in both that can work or have similar
Right.
effects on mental health. So I don't know if your mental health is completely tied to whether you're a monist or dualist, because I think you could
No, I'm not.
find.
Well, I'm not. I didn't mean to imply that. It's just they're just. I feel like they're related, at least. Like they could be.
Yeah, yeah, I can see
And
that.
once again, and it's different for everybody. Just like whatever state, whatever belief in that sense, like it actually makes the most sense for you and actually helps you the most, is the one that I think you should is the one I think you should
I'm
go
a
with. You
pragmatist. Use what
yeah
works. If
yeah
it
use what
works,
works exactly.
Right. That's
use
what
it.
I'm
Yeah
losing my
yeah
train of
exactly.
thought.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you lose your train of thought, man.
No, it wasn't you.
It was me. No.
It was myself.
No, from your perspective though, it wasn't yourself. It was like an evil distractor or
It was
something.
an
Yeah,
entity.
that's what I was saying. Like, what I think Jones was trying to say. I'm like trying to push like that Mace energy method or whatever onto people. I'm like, no, I was just trying to link the stuff to, if people want to just check it out. It's not like, that's the only way to get to a better
Yeah.
mental health or anything. Obviously, there's plenty of different ways to skin a cat.
Every single person on the planet is different, especially when it comes to that's the reason why every medication out there, and how many different antidepressants are there, and like some of them had some good effects on me, and most of them had no effect. A lot of them have negative effects, and then there's other people I don't know, people that took like Lexapro, for example, which was very bad for me, and it really actually helped them. It was like it was a miracle drug for them, and so like there's a lot of different, like everyone's chemistry is different, and everyone's brains work differently, so it requires that, and that's the reason I think that medicine becomes such a difficult field in general, is because it requires so much individualization for each individual patient. Like every individual patient, it really has a completely different set of issues and chemistry that has to be addressed in order to find actually to get something that works, which is like so much trial and error. And so like I mean it's and like a lot of people, like there are a lot of people that they find something that works for them, and they do come across like I haven't heard you do that at all, but I'm saying that there are a lot of people out there that will find something that works for them, and therefore it must work for everyone. And it's like, and I feel like that some of them, especially when it comes to something, anything religious too, or spiritual or something, they feel like if other people don't adopt it, it somehow might
discredit their own belief in it or something like that. They need everyone else to believe it, because if everyone else doesn't believe it, then it might call into question their own faith in it, which would call into question their coping mechanism, and so I think there's some of that going on with some of it, but I think there's nothing wrong with it. That's the reason why I believe that everybody's got their own thing, man. And I think that's why I don't. That's why I hang out with someone who, Jeff, and he's a non-theistic Satanist, and I hang out with people that are like authoritarians and all this other stuff like that. I surround myself with people that from all different viewpoints and all different kinds of walks of life, because that's to me, I think that's just the way the world is. Trying to find everyone to be. I like to find people that are like-minded people, and since I like people that are like-minded and open, and want to talk about things, but I don't want to find a bunch of people that are just like me. Like I don't even like myself that much.
Right.
Why would I want to hang around a bunch of people that are just like me? So
Not much sense to have an echo chamber.
yeah, echo chambers are. I mean, it's fine to be around people that are more like you sometimes than other times. I like to find a kindred soul here and there, but I mean, it's not like. I appreciate the differences. I appreciate someone who's going to push back when I say something that's dumb or a little crazy sometimes. I appreciate someone who's willing to push back against it and help me rethink and reshape that thought until either I realize that it's stupid and I can toss it out, or I can refine it to something that's actually worth having, a thought worth having. So I mean, I appreciate that kind of thing, and I think that's where people get tripped up in terms of on these panels. A lot of times they get so freaking focused on whatever thing they've found that works for them, and they insist that must be the thing that works for everyone, and that's where you get these kind of negative, and then they get very triggered whenever people question it too.
Jeff's backstage.
Who is? Oh,
Jeff.
Oh, Jeff is. Oh, hey, Jeff. ChopperJeff.
What's up, guys?
Doggo
What's up?
Jeff.
Chopper.
I don't think I've ever seen Jeff Chops Wood on a panel before. This is a well, I'm just saying.
Chopper Jeff sounds like a rap artist name or something.
I was just saying this is a treat, Jeff. Welcome.
Savage.
Nice to meet you, Moose.
I've
been up a couple times.
It reminds me of we used to have this. There's these advertisements in Vegas for this lawyer, and he called himself the Chopper.
There's a movie actually called The Chopper.
There's that too. Yeah. But it was this really cheesy lawyer ads. He's like, "You gotta call the Chopper," and he was like this big Guido-ish kind of like Italian guy too. So it was kind of weird. It was like it wasn't like he was, but he was like I'm gonna come in. You gotta call me. I don't remember what his how the chopping thing worked into it, but he always did the hand thing, like the Chopper, and it was like
Cousin Vinny. Cousin Vinny,
yeah,
the lawyer.
Yeah. It was still something a little bit more like Tony Soprano. He looked more like Tony Soprano. He looked like a mobster, He looked like, and he had the mobs. He was like, you got problems. You got out there, you got in a car accident. I'm gonna come out there. I'm gonna work for you. I'm the Chopper. It was very entertaining. We used to love those commercials. Anyway.
Yeah, I figured it'd be better to add more to the Jeff than just Jeff. Man.
Hey, more Jeff is always welcome. I like more Jeff. Anytime other Chris's show up, I get very, very angry. I tease about it. I don't really care. But
it does get a little territorial, doesn't it?
Do we have any other Chris's?
There is a person that's been on the panels lately that just goes by Chris. And I just,
on the other panels, but I don't think they've ever been.
I've seen him he was in our chat the other day. Which I mean, it doesn't bother me at all. I just think it's funny just to be like, oh, you're over there, you're trying to steal my name. I don't care. I'm just trying to.
Well, it is a little frustrating when you're having a debate and me and other Jeff are still in the conversation and people in chat are just like Jeff this, Jeff that, Jeff this, and some of them are talking about me, some of them are talking about you. So
literally, see when
add some distinction.
It really doesn't bother me because I literally growing up, and I this is not an exaggeration. I knew, in addition to myself, eight other Chris's. I'd say,
Holy shit.
I mean, and I knew a lot of people in that town too because I lived there for years and years and years, and I'd say, and 4 of those people were part of my fairly close friend group, and so no one went by Chris. Like no one was known by Chris. Everyone went by their last name or a nickname or something like that. There's one guy that that decided that since he was a Chris, people should call him Betty because he thought it was that one part in that Kung Pao movie was funny, and then I went by Slater. That's my last name. Another friend of mine was named Chris, and he went by Chris McDonald. There's a guy named Chris Terrell that went by Terrell. You know, everybody's just last names. Like nobody knew us by our first names. So to a certain degree, a lot of people didn't even know our names were Chris but that's the reason why is because we were all named Chris. So anyway, that's it. My boring story for that.
I remember I went to a family reunion. When I was born and raised in St. Louis, but all the relatives lived down in Tennessee. Went to a family reunion, and if somebody hollered out Charlie or Chuck, there was about 300 heads that would turn around. It was crazy.
My middle name's Charles, but my dad's name was my dad's middle name was Charlie, and he specifically named me Charles as my middle name because he hated the name Charlie so much. I don't understand how that works. I guess he felt like his middle name should have been Charles, so was there like a correction or something? But I never understood the thinking behind that. He hated the name Charlie so much that he named me Charles. I didn't.
My dad was the same way. His dad's name was Charlie, and he despised him. So what do? They name me Charles.
That's hilarious.
Just Frank, Cynthia was here, and she said she was going to go see her son's new house or something like that, or
Saturday is her friends and family day.
Yeah. So
she went to go see their house.
Yeah, he went to go see her son's new house. So that's why Cynthia is not here currently. Sorry.
So the way I got Moose is I went to jiu-jitsu, and there was 4 Michaels in the jiu-jitsu studio, and there's only about 20 people working out at the same time. And so they're like, this isn't going to work, you know, because every time they say Mike or Michael, we're all like stopping what we're doing to go look, you know, to look at the instructor. And he's like, this isn't going to work. And so my hotel on our little sign, there was a big moose, and he's like, I drive by it every day, and so I'm going to start calling you Moose. And so that's how I got the name. And I was just like, oh, I like that name, you know, because nobody else has that name.
All right. Except for the Archie character.
Yeah, that's true.
I forgot about him.
That is true.
But I mean, it wasn't the first. There wasn't the first. I didn't even think about that until you said that nobody else has that name. I was like, no. My brain was like, no. There's other mooses. I've heard one.
And there's a like a Minecraft player or something. He's got like 1 million subscribers named Moose, but that's all right. I don't have to be that.
There's so many Minecraft streamers that have that get like millions of subscribers, and then until they're accused of being pedophiles, and they all disappear. But yeah. Or they actually are pedophiles or whatever. It's just ridiculous. It's crazy to me how many subscribers you I'm just saying we're talking about Minecraft streamers. It's crazy how many views people at least used to be able to get from just playing Minecraft on stream. It's insane to me. I can't even play the game. I can't even play the game. Like it bores me because there's no goal to it. But just watching people play it, like that's I know there's games I can watch people play a little bit, but one where there's no goal, there's no challenge to it. I don't understand the fascination.
My son keeps trying to teach me Minecraft. I'm lost as lost can be. I don't understand it.
I mean, I understand. I mean, I played it with my daughter and stuff like that, and it's fun to play with my kid or something like that. I play it with her, but on my own, just starting the game out, it's just like okay, so I'm gonna go around and I'm gonna chop these trees down and gather these things so I can make blocks to build a house, and I don't know. I don't find that kind of thing very entertaining. It's like Legos, but I'd rather play with actual Legos if I was going to play with Legos. You know, I'd rather build them with my actual hands. At least I'd feel like I was doing something. But in Minecraft, it's just I think it's good for kids, and it's like my daughter loved it for a long time, and like I support it because it's close. It's like close like Legos like that. So it encourages creativity and like thinking in like an engineer kind of way. I appreciate all that kind of stuff. I just can't get into it. I want to, but I just can't. I do. Yeah, you have to make your own goals in my exactly, and like that's I don't buy video games or play video games to make my own goals. I if I want to make my own fun, I'd do that. I play video games to make it because people are supposed to make the fun for me. So that's
Yeah, and then once you build the house, what is there to do? Like the house doesn't do anything. There's nobody that comes attacks you or anything like that. You just build some shit and then it's built. Like it's done. There I don't know.
well,
I can't get into it.
there are the creepers or whatever. I guess I know. I mean, I played it with my daughter enough to know that part. But yeah, and I guess if you do there's a certain way you can get to like an end boss kind of thing. I guess there or something. She was like super into it. She showed me how to she speed ran the whole thing for me and showed me how you could go to the end boss and stuff like all this stuff like that. I was impressed that there was something there to it. But like, I mean, and I know a lot of kids play Minecraft, but when they play on like the online servers and stuff. There's like games and stuff. My daughter used to love playing like the little like multiplayer mini games with people, where like they would play like capture the flag type stuff like that. It's like basically multiplayer type shooter type stuff, just without the shooting part, really. There's things about it I can get, but just the general Minecraft mode of just like the open, just like you're out there, you're surviving. Kind of, I don't survival games in general. I I get I get kind of like I tried to play that. What was there? There was that one game called Ark Survival Evolved. Man, that game bored the crap out of me. I could not even. Oh, I got it specifically for my daughter because I thought she would like it because she was really into Minecraft. I thought like maybe this will be something that she was getting a little bored with Minecraft, so I thought maybe she'd like it because it was like you could like I guess you could tame dinosaurs, but it turned out to be she didn't like it. You actually had to kill dinosaurs too, and she didn't want to kill dinosaurs and then I tried to play it some and I was like God this game makes me want to like it makes me want to quit video games forever. It felt like work. It felt like actually trying to it felt like going to a job and having to like go out and like and fish and do all these other things and just like
I remember you said the same thing about Red Dead 2. Felt like doing chores. And there's actually
I enjoy Red Dead.
I loved that game though. That game is so intricate. Go ahead, Jeff.
I still love it. But chopping wood in the camp and carrying the bales of hay into the horses and that, like as part of the level up your Deadeye and stuff. I mean, it's a chore. But there's a lot of fun stuff in that game too. Like Moose probably played it through. It sounds like I still play that game. I'm still live streaming it. So
one day, maybe I'll go back when it's a full on at this point because the game's like 8 years old now already. So I mean, at one point maybe I'll go back and play it again. I did love the first one. I love the first one all the way through, including the Undead Nightmare expansion. I played that like 4 times too. I played through the first one like more than once. But
now Illumitami corrected me. The first one is not the first one. It's actually the second one.
Yeah,
I know Red Dead Revolver exists. We talked about it the other day,
but that game was nothing like the other two.
It was an early beta. It was kind of hard to play. I've tried to play it, but it's kind of rough.
It was also a Capcom game.
No kidding, it was Capcom.
Yeah,
that's
Capcom.
Funny.
No, yeah, like Rockstar bought the license. Or I think maybe Rockstar, maybe they had something to do with like the late development of it. Maybe they came in and like did some contract work or something on it, and then like it gave them ideas to like make the other ones. So they bought the license for it. But yeah, originally it was published by Capcom. It was not a Rockstar game. Which you would have thought that it seems like Rockstar really could. I mean, I don't know if it's impressive or if it's lazy the way that they don't because I liked LA Noire. I enjoyed that one a lot. I enjoyed Red Dead, and I never really got into GTA much because I don't know. Being a gangster doesn't really. I don't know. I've watched Reservoir Dogs and all the other stuff like that a bunch of times, and it doesn't appeal to me as much as it does to other people. Like being a criminal isn't as entertaining to me as it is to other people. But I don't know why. I get the appeal of it. It just doesn't. I don't know. I don't find it fun.
Is it pronounced L.A.? I thought it was L.A. Noire.
Noir.
Is it L.A.
Noir? The word is noir. Yeah.
Norie.
It's like the wine, right?
Yeah, it's French for dark or black. It's Noir.
That game is underrated. You know, they had a sequel to that in the works, but they abandoned it. That and Bully.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's sad that they abandoned those. I don't know if Rockstar could print money. It seems like they could print even more money, but I guess they're worried about diluting their brand or something like that. They put out games so rarely. But it seems like they could have basically put out like just taken the same engine from GTA and made like in Red Dead instead.
Oh,
They could have made a
would
Red
that have
Dead in
been good
space.
though? I mean, that would have just cheapened the
I don't know.
experience.
It doesn't bother me. I mean, look. I mean, people love the original GTA 3 trilogy. They love GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas. They use the same engine. They use different content. You know, they change it up every time. And there's people that will swear that, like, you know, I don't see a lot of difference between the three. But a lot of people swear that they're vastly different games. You know, you can add stuff to it without having to like
Yeah, with the
reinvent the engine
stories
every
they
time.
are. Like the Vice City was based in the 80s and San Andreas was a kid growing up in the hood, you know.
Yeah. Vice City is the only one I really played that much, but that's because that was my new roommate. My roommate at the time had it, so I mostly watched him playing it. But I played it some. But I mean, you could have taken. I mean, like I always thought, like, you know what? Why didn't they? They could have just like they could have subplanted that to space or something. They could have done like what they basically did with Skyrim and Starfield. You know, and basically like you
Yeah.
could have just like you could make Red Dead Redemption in space, and that would be just as fun. And you wouldn't even have to do. Especially the way they did in Starfield. You could just quick travel everywhere. You wouldn't even have to like, get in ships or anything. You know.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the open world aspect, like they're
Yeah.
just kind of creating the world, and you allegedly should be creating the story. And they tried that with Fallout 76 Online, and it just didn't work. Like people
That
hated it.
was terrible. That game was
Yeah,
absolutely
like they
abysmal.
were boasting about having no NPCs and everything being player driven, and
all the things that nobody wanted it to be.
well, it's just that people, you know, they need a story, you know.
Yeah, me
They
too. I
have to
mean,
have some sort of goal. Like that's why a lot of people can't get into Minecraft because
Yeah.
it's not like,
There's
you
no
know,
goal.
once upon a time in a Minecraft universe far, far away, there was, you know, such and
Well,
such and
And the
whatnot.
graphics are shitty. I mean, to be
Yeah,
honest, they're
I
just
can't stand it. It's like, yeah, it's like
Little
playing a
Legos.
terrible Nintendo game.
and
It-
Red Dead Redemption 2, like that, it
It's
killed me
amazing.
because it
Yeah,
like the
it
first
still
like
looks good.
2 hours sucked. It was so slow. It was all
Yeah.
it was so bad that I put it down for years, and then I picked it up this winter, and I finally finished the game, and I was like,
Oh hell yeah!
"Fuck,
That's got to be an
that is a
experience. I would love to play it
masterpiece."
again for the first time and not know what's going on.
The detail, I mean, you could shoot a bottle full of water and the water will come out where you shoot it. Like the detail in that thing is just so insane, and there's so much to be appreciated that you look at all these other cash grab games and you're like, why can't we have amazing masterpieces like this?
Yeah, and games that take up they're so much larger in terms of file size and everything else, and that don't have nearly the level of detail or immersion or general. And like I said, like Red Dead Redemption 2 did it lost me a little bit. It lost me for a while, but I'll go back and finish it probably someday if I ever get back into video games again. But at the same time,
You got to, man. It's worth a good playthrough. I mean, don't even
It's the
appreciate it.
trap.
just play the missions and don't pay attention to all the other
The
stuff.
OC,
I mean,
my ADHD won't let me though. My ADHD is like,
see,
but
I
what's over
had the
there?
same
You know?
problem.
I had to
But, like-
skip all that side bullshit. I had to go
I mean, you can
straight for
do.
the
I do
missions.
it. And like Moose was saying, the first 2 hours of the story are a little bit slow, and I'm probably not even through the first 2 hours of the story because all I've been doing, well, I've been running panels while I've been playing it, so I end up talking with people, and they're like, "Go here, do this, do that," and I just,
He's pulling a Cecil.
yeah. What's a Cecil?
Play video
You're doing
games
Cecil,
on
that's
panel.
great.
Oh,
No, but
that's the guy who called me a Fed, right?
Yeah, he doesn't scream
bald
at
guy.
everybody. He just
He
like points.
He
his
gets like
phone at the
this close
screen.
to the camera.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
him.
I can't even get that close. I don't want to be uncomfortable, but he's like up, yeah, he's doing it. He was doing what Chuck was doing there.
Yeah, that's him.
He got really upset because he was talking like the world is unaffordable because of taxes, and I'm like, it's not exactly. I mean, it's difficult, bro, but if you learn the rules, at least you can get by. Like,
how much taxes do any of these people actually pay?
I
None of
don't
them
know.
look like they have
That's
any
a
kind
great
of
question, Jeff. I mean, you
I
don't
pay a
pay taxes.
shit ton of taxes and I don't fucking complain.
I mean,
Yeah,
I've got
I haven't made a single bit of income in like 2 years, so I haven't paid any taxes the last couple of years because I actually went to try to file and like it was like, and there was no reason to. There was like I didn't owe anything. They didn't owe me anything. I was like so, and I actually looked it up. I was like, do I have to file taxes if I don't owe anything and they don't owe anything? And it was like, no, you don't have to. It's not.
You
If
don't
there's
meet the
nothing, if there's
threshold.
yeah, there's no threshold to bother with it. So yeah,
yeah, my goal in life is to be 100% debt free. That's why I bought this house in 2006, and it bothers the hell out of me. I have to pay like $125 or so a month in fucking taxes, man. It's bullshit, dude. And I have to pay taxes on the cars I already own. Like this, I get it. It's the world's not impossible though. That's the point I was trying to make to Cecil before he started spurging and calling me a federal agent and stuff.
yeah.
You want to know how
yeah,
much my
that's kinda
taxes are
wild.
down here? For the year, it's like $17 to $27 for taxes for my house.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I got
awesome.
a house that's not worth much, but I do have it's 24 acres of land, which is what the real value is in the property I have.
Oh yeah.
The property
and
tax is probably crazy. Yeah.
yeah, it's roughly like $1,400 a year.
Yeah.
Well, I see.
Of course,
I'll
it's
never
probably
worry
higher.
about that because the chances of me buying a house in my lifetime are pretty much zip. So, oh, and
Oh
by
man, don't
and
say that. Anything's possible.
That's what I said,
I
dude. That's what I
anything's
said. And now
possible.
I have 3 houses in America and I have a house in Mexico. Like I used to say that
That's
kind of shit
amazing,
to
dude.
myself.
Damn,
And
son.
you can do it, dude. You can do it, but you just gotta focus on the things that you want and then step by step, dude. Like I came from fucking nothing.
No, I know it. Well, I actually, I mean, I did pretty well for a while, and I was heading there. But like, me and my wife both, my wife went through with some things, and I gained the superpower of having constant vertigo, which means it makes it very difficult for me to do a lot of things. I'm constantly spinning, and so if the doctors actually find a cure for it, that'll be great. But otherwise, my best hope for financial stability is disability, and that's not really much stability at all. So
How'd that hearing go, by the way? I don't think I've.
the hearing was fine. But the judge said that basically told me that she wanted to approve it, but she was afraid because of like how niche my actual issue was, that she was afraid that there's an oversight panel that can overturn even her decisions, and she was afraid that they would just overturn it. So
Oh, that sucks.
instead she set up to set up to appointments for me that I have not been set yet. So it'll probably take another month or two. But like I have to go to 2 different doctors to basically get it certified. And she said if the 2 doctors
Oh,
will
so
sign off
like
on it,
have
the 2
more
state
proof.
yeah, the 2 state doctors, or the 2 state doctors basically sign off on it, then the
Right.
oversight committee actually can't override her. So that's what
Oh,
basically
okay. Well, that's something.
she did it for my benefit. She told me she was sorry.
That's
She knew
good.
it was going to take a while, but she was actually very nice, and she was like she actually said, she's like, I completely believe you, and I think that I think that you're definitely you've definitely waited a long time, and we really thank you for being patient. But I'm gonna unfortunately make you wait a little bit longer because I don't want this to get, because she's had a lot of cases that have been overturned by the oversight committee lately, because like they've been super stingy with disability lately. So and what
Right.
we got I'm not expecting a little baby right now. Don't judge me. I have a little baby. I'm about that staying with my she's staying with her grandparents this week, and we're this later this week we're going back down there to get her. So, but yeah, she's on the street a lot.
Happiest baby.
But I just so you know, yeah, we're not currently expecting a baby. I kind of wish I kind of wish we were. I love babies so much. So I'm it's probably it wouldn't be a good idea for me to try to have us to try to have another baby right now. But at the same time, I would love another one. I love babies. um. And just Frank said something about how like Red Dead in space would just turn to shit like Saints Row, and I am a Saints Row 3 and 4 apologist, so you won't hear that from me. The new Saints Row was absolute shit. Saints Row 2, I never really got into Saints Row 1 and 2, and I know those are the ones that you're supposed to like if you like Saints Row, but I didn't really care for them. They were just like GTA to me. But I thought Saints Row 3 and 4 were ridiculous and hilarious to me. they were more what I would want out of a GTA type game, to be honest. They were just kind of like silly fun, you know. I like the super. I 4 did get tedious because of how easy I guess it was, but I even kind of liked the get out of hell thing. Like I thought, you know, I don't think I finished 4 or get out of hell, but still I enjoyed them for a little while. But 3 I did finish. I played it up a lot. But yeah.
Does
No,
Gen X
go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking if he does because I'm curious to see if we're all just talking gaming and he doesn't play games at all.
No, he doesn't play. He doesn't play video games, but like he doesn't mind. We've done this before to him. So, oh, and hi to Rufus Black Wolf. It's a new name. I have not.
It's
seen
my
it.
fault, man. I think I for whatever reason, and I think it has to do with my overwhelming belief in simulation theory. Why I always bring up video games.
No, I enjoy being able to talk about them sometimes because like I seriously video games were like a huge part of my life, dude. Seriously, I'm not kidding. In my local town, Texarkana, I was 3 years running, but the only 3 years they ever did this, there used to be this thing called the Blockbuster World Video Game Championship, and that was like a regional local thing. And I was the local Genesis champion 3 years in a row. So,
Fucking
video
A,
games,
man. That's awesome.
video games were
Video
my
game flex.
video games thing. It's not really much of a flex, I guess, because I was like, I say it was the ages of 11, 12, and 13. But but those were old school games too. Like I mean, you know, it was that was like I think one of the years it was like Sonic 3 and NBA Jam Champion Edition and Virtua Racing. I remember one year it was like this shitty Judge Dredd game that we had to play. We had to play
Oh
like we
man.
had to play these special competition cartridges that had like special stages set up and stuff like that. And so like even practicing the game at home didn't necessarily like, you know, even make you that much better at it. But yeah, but I don't. It also might have been a lack of competitors. I don't really know how many kids played, but I got the certificate. I still have one of the certificates somewhere, and I got a free year of video game rentals for one video game rental a week for a year. And
I
as
had
a
that
kid,
shit mounted.
That was
yeah,
my first job, Blockbuster.
right? Yeah, I love.
First time I ate shrooms was walking in the
working at
Blockbuster. That shit was fucked up. Changed my life.
I used to love working at a video store. I worked at a Hollywood Video and I worked at a movie gallery, which is I think they were owned by the same company, but I worked both those places, and that was one of my favorite jobs ever. My favorite job ever, favorite shit job I ever had was I was a projectionist in movie theaters. I also managed movie theaters quite a bit, but just doing the projection stuff with you, just with you. I saw someone wrote the words with you on screen. Sorry, I just doing projectors back whenever they weren't digital. When you actually had to run the film through and stuff, I used to love doing that. It was something so zen and calming about it. It was like this. It was this very concrete process, but it still required it required just enough skill where you could easily fuck it up. A lot of people did fuck it up, but it was like there was something so calming and like. I don't know. It was a job that I actually enjoyed doing, but like it doesn't even exist now. Most of the jobs I enjoyed doing growing up don't exist now. Video stores don't exist. Projectionist isn't something that because they're all digital now. So like fuck, it's like all of my favorite my kids will never have those chances. That kind of sucks, you know.
Nah, there will be no more Tyler Durden film splicing.
No. Not there is one movie theater here that this place I want to try to do an IRL event at called the Texas Theater. They have a digital projector, but they also have a 35 millimeter platter projector up there. And they also have the ability to run it like real actually do the old school, the actual like like you see in Fight Club where he does like the real switching thing. They actually have one of those too. For 16 millimeter and other film prints stuff like that. And so like I only got to operate one of those like one time back whenever I was doing training. Crystal has a rotary phone. I barely even have a cell phone. I just have like this little device I look on the web, but I barely ever use the phone. So I wish I still had a rotary phone. Those things were cool, man. You know, like you had to make the circle
Yeah,
every
somebody
time.
was just telling me that they had a rotary phone. Was that
very
you,
satisfying.
Frank? I think it was just Frank on Discord was telling me that he just had a rotary phone too, or somebody was. Was that you, Frank?
I like them. I every time I'm in some place where Oh yeah, I'm more of a smoke signal kind of guy. You're right. That is more my kind of thing. You know, there's nothing more satisfying than communicating over long distances by making a fire and getting a blanket and doing the puff thing. As that's
Man, that's wild. You know, I like most things in life, there's a balance somewhere in between. There's got to be some sort of balance, right? Because I just, I can't resort to smoke signals. Oh, come on, dog. But at the same
I got a
time, I don't want
telegraph.
to be plugged in. I mean, I don't mind being plugged in every once in a while, but
I prefer it's just that nobody wants to keep up with keep up with them anymore. But I prefer the tin can string type thing. I think that was a great system.
tin can.
You
Be
just gotta
tough
have
to
a
run
lot.
StreamYard on that, man.
Yeah, you just gotta have a lot of string. You just got a lot of string and you just
I
have
got a
your.
I got a telegraph station.
I think I've
Do you?
shown you.
Do
I
you?
live in the Matrix here.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. You have an actual telegraph machine from back in the day?
Yeah, yeah.
Crazy, dude. Like where did you find it, like an antique store or something like that? I mean that.
Oh no,
I
the
made it
secret's out. My
myself.
piece is messy.
Oh, you made it yourself. That's cool, dude.
I bought the parts and made it, and
That's cool.
I set one up in the house, and then the other one I put out in the garage because it was a detached garage when I was trying to teach the kids Morse code.
That's cool, dude. I'm totally into that. During the pandemic, it was like first time I really got into building things. I started building guitars. Or like refurbishing. I would take them apart and like strip them down, repainting and stuff like that. And that's the first time I really got into building stuff like that. But I always wanted to like build more stuff because I like building stuff with my hands. Like I really do. I just had
I
never really
wish I
had.
was good at that too. I try to build stuff with my hands, but it comes out 50-50.
Yeah, no, none of it ever came
Oh,
out perfect or anything. But
you know what?
I like the process.
I was showing this off last night to another couple of friends, but I did make this bong.
Good shit, man. Hey, I have one of those.
Crazy.
It's one of those crystal head skull
How do you
vodka
make it? You
bottles,
mean
right?
you made the skull?
No,
No,
I bought the bottle. He
it's
knows what I
crystal head
did.
skull vodka.
Yeah,
Oh,
I have
I
Yeah,
one.
drilled a hole
I
in the
have
top
one
of the
sitting
head and
downstairs.
put a
I have one of
stem
those
in.
sitting downstairs that I saved for that exact thing. I don't even smoke, and I was like, "This would make a great bong," and I was going to make a bong out of it. I never did get around to it, but yeah, no, I kept the bottle
Oh,
for the
it
same
works
reason.
great. I mean, I can demonstrate.
No, I just saw you smoking out of it. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
I don't smoke anything I could.
it's
I don't smoke
tobacco use
anything I could.
only.
Yeah, I don't smoke anything I could smoke out of a bong, so I have no reason to make it. But I remember, I saved it just like in the thing, just the thought that like maybe because I do still know some pot smokers may make a good bong for them maybe. But I don't have the I never had the my problem is I always never had the tools, and tools are expensive, so like and a lot I did finally like build when I was doing building my studio stuff up. I did end up gathering a lot of tools and ended up having to sell all of those too. And back when I sold a lot of my studio stuff. So yeah, I don't have many tools anymore, but I like building things. I always want to build my own theremin. I always thought that would be badass. I knew a guy that did it, and like he showed me like the whole process of it, and it was pretty insane. But they're not too terribly difficult to build, but they still are pretty difficult to build. They're not like the high. I mean, like it's not as hard as like maybe building your own synthesizer, but you know that would be crazy. Like
Yeah,
actually building
people
your own
spend a whole
synthesizer.
lifetime learning how to build things, man. It's tough. It's just, it just takes a lot of. You got to think about the next step ahead. Most of the time is the biggest downfall I run into. But I try to recognize that, and I've been building better things lately. I harvested a bunch of black walnuts this year for the first time because I cleared a whole bunch of land and I didn't even know I had all these trees. And um, there was a crazy amount of walnuts on the ground. So like I built this screen so that I could put the walnut husks in between the screen and hit it with the pressure washer, and it would just clear all the junk off of the nuts, so you'd have just a pure walnut. So I ended up getting about 200 pounds of walnuts.
Dang.
And they're actually really delicious, but like every nutcracker I've tried to use them with is broke because they're one of the hardest nuts in the world, apparently.
Yeah. No. Yeah. The
Some
walnuts.
Chad
Walnuts.
walnuts.
Tried selling my nuts on
The
eBay,
nuts
but
on
nobody's
that
buying.
guy, am I right?
Now what am I going to do with 200 pounds of walnuts, man? It's just that I don't think I'm going to harvest that many next year.
That's a lot of nuts.
I spent a lot of time on it too. I made like a whole little community post. I recorded one video, but it just didn't come out great, so I didn't put it together.
Calcott's live now.
Yeah, I just saw.
I'll put the
saw
link.
Yeah, I mean, we can wrap up here at the 3-hour mark or so if we want to go over there. He usually starts out talking or doing his like general
introductory sermon.
Yeah, introductory sermon thing. I'm not gonna head over there for that.
I like watching Calcott.
I got to jump off. I got to go fix supper for the family.
His word salads.
Yeah, he says so much sometimes, but he actually says nothing at all.
Exactly.
Like, dude, I've been listening to you for 45 minutes, and the message is just love each other and be nice.
No, and I am going to go over there for the
and
Moose.
no
I'm just going to wait.
No secrets.
Oh, no secrets, huh?
Yeah, no secrets, but some secrets whenever they're beneficial to him. But
he gets to keep his secrets. Everybody else gets no secrets.
I know what he's talking about. That's an unfair criticism because, like, that's what Hank was saying. But, like, I mean, he wasn't talking about everyone giving up their passwords and stuff like that. He was talking about state secrets. He was talking about, like, the government, what he believes the government's hiding, like the cure for cancer and everything else like that. He has, like, he has this conspiracy in his head that
I thought he was talking about people being honest and transparent with each other. I didn't.
No.
I thought government conspiracy.
No,
the stream I watched, he was talking about individuals, like community.
No, government and corporation.
Yeah, he specifically said.
I mean, I have no doubt that he believes that, but I'm telling you, the stream I saw him talk about secrets was not about government
people
conspiracy.
being honest.
It was about people being transparent and authentic.
And now he's getting free advertising.
And that's when Hank said, "Well, if you want us to be transparent, give me your password." And we were like, "That's not what he's talking about, Hank." But it was about us individuals being authentic with each other and not having secrets between each other.
Well, I think that in itself is a little silly in itself because I think to some degree everyone has like not necessarily secrets, but there's things that you don't always share with everyone for good reasons sometimes, you know. So I mean like if we were all being completely honest about the way we were thinking or feeling all the time, some of us would just be like, I've had days like whenever like I've been like kind of down or depressed like that. If I was just being fully honest and telling you exactly whatever was on my mind, then it would just be like it would sound like me just whining or making a little victim or something.
You do that now. You kind of empty your brain out. But I think a lot of us do.
I mean, I think it's a natural need to reach out to other people to share our experience, to get feedback so that we can maybe process it ourselves.
I meant if I absolutely was completely fully honest about how I was feeling that time, it would just sound like I was just like being a victim. That's all I meant. But,
yeah.
But if I come off like a victim, like I come off like I do that, then please feel free to call me out. I don't mean to.
That's what Joshua said.
That's what Joshua said. Yeah, and so I told him.
I mean, he's the one crying victim lately.
I agree. But I'm saying like that he said that to me as well, and I said like how in what way have I been a victim, and he had no answer for it. So anyway,
I'm a victim of this cold right now.
What's that?
I'm a victim. Trying to summon him.
I don't. I think he's probably asleep right now. This is not his normal active hours.
True, it's like what 5 o'clock in the morning over there, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, you said you're the victim of the weather right now. I hear you there.
Yeah. It was a silly joke.
No, it's true, man. Like
it's cold as shit, though. I hate it.
It's conscious and it's after us. I'm telling you. I'm joking.
Boys don't cry, but men do. That's the title.
What? What's the title?
Boys don't cry, but men do.
But boys also cry.
Oh boy.
So. After
This is gonna be
initial
interesting.
commentary, the panel will open and the stream will flow with the energies and participants that the universe might bring.
Wow, that's deep.
Oh joy!
One of his
I like it.
favorite sayings that he says that gets underneath my fingernails right away is, "You don't know what you don't know."
Grinds your gears, huh?
Well, that's kind of true.
It's true.
But that's a given.
Yeah,
You know,
it is.
I guess it's important to know, to recognize known unknowns. I remember
I
the
don't
Don
think I
Rumsfeld
say
speech.
this all the time. I don't think we ever know ourselves completely. We're always finding out new things and discovering about ourselves. So how are we going to even know other people? So I think there is something to being aware of the limits of your awareness.
I mean, it's about those unknown unknowns. I get you, Redington. Yeah. The unknown unknowns are the real problem, aren't they?
Is Paul on his panel?
Not yet. He's still doing his
gosh, what's the fixation with that guy?
Simp the
Already?
devil, and the devil shows up.
Wow.
I guess she got
what do you
back.
mean?
I guess she got back from her trip. I guess pretty fast though. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, it's yeah, I know. I have to say, like now that I hear the titles and everything that you just told me, it makes me much less want to go on there. But I'm gonna keep to my word. I'm going to. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna talk that much shit and then not confront it. I refuse to be that guy. So I'll stick to my principles.
All right, boys don't cry and men do. I'll have to remember that.
Well, I mean, the men do part. I agree with. I cry like a little bitch all the
I think
time,
boys
so.
cry too.
Yeah, that's the thing. They do.
I think everybody cries.
Yeah, it should just be humans cry. That should be the name of the stream. Then, like, just humans cry. You know, it's like, unless he's trying to say that when a boy is crying, it's not really crying. It's something else or something. Like it's different. Only a real
I think
man.
y'all are
overthinking
his titles.
It's a head
I know.
scratcher.
How many?
He just got it backwards.
It's just for
How
fun.
many
We're not
people
really...
are in chat, Jeff?
20.
Uh-huh. It'll be that way until the action rolls.
Oh, Robbie's here. What's up, Robbie?
Yeah, hey, Robbie. I appreciate you. It's like I feel like you come by just to tell everyone to hit the like and subscribe button, and I really appreciate that. That's really sweet of you. I mean, as I guess you have your own show. Why don't you come on the stream sometime? I've never actually met you or talked to you. I don't know anything about you. I see you show up in the chat and you say like, "Hey, everybody, hit the like button," and I'm like, that's really cool of you, man. I appreciate that. I just don't know anything about you. I don't know who you are.
I know Robbie pretty well. I've been hanging out in Robbie's stream for about a year.
Cool.
He's
cool.
He's a good dude. He's on a mission for universal health care. He used to run a 24/7 stream about it would replay as he does like interviews with some people. To be honest, I've only watched parts of the interviews. It's like I don't really know any of those people, but I told him to come up here sometime.
Yeah, I also support Robert. I also support universal health care. I absolutely do. It's the only thing that I think that it's the only part of society that I do think should be socialized to any degree. Really, I don't believe in socialism, but I do.
I've agreed with him. He's got to be convinced to that point because I'm was kind of a staunch more right wing about it, as in it all should be privatized because of the competition idea. But what's happening is that our healthcare system is not focused on curing disease as much as they are continuing the treatment. Like, and it's not exclusive to disease either. It's been something that's been pushed forward on so many different fronts. It's even like the rehabilitation clinics for like drug addicts and that. Like,
well, you're basically telling my story. Like that's exactly the story that I've told on the show. I mean, I said everything you're saying. It is like I have come to the conclusion that there is no real advantage in having a profit motive in medicine when it comes to life-saving medicine or medicine like medically necessary things. Like we went through a system when we had good health care, we had good insurance and everything like that, where we could go to all the private doctors, all the private practice type doctors and stuff like that, and we got not only we got no help, but it was in some ways I think it made it worse in some ways. And then whenever we lost everything, we had no choice but we had to go out and find like the free clinic place that like she got help within that day. And the doctors really cared, and they actually gave her shit about what her situation, what her condition was, and everything. And all the money and everything I paid to like the hospitals and the mental health care hospitals, stuff like that really were just drug rehabilitation clinics, because that's all that's left. All the money I had to pay them because the insurance wouldn't cover it all. That's
Oh
why
my God! Hang on.
Breaking
Breaking news.
Okay.
He's showing this little trailer called "The Evolution of Jack Talcott," and it's little pictures of him throughout the years. His hair gets longer and longer.
Put it on screen. Put it up on screen.
All right,
I'm sure he won't mind if you restream him.
Let me back it up.
Yeah, back that thing up, Jeff.
It's just I'm not gonna. I think it's just video. I'm not gonna change my settings. Look at that.
Oh, it's AI created. He created this with AI. I've seen some of this stuff. Yeah, you can.
That's not even that long ago. In the shower. Shower cut.
How is this an evolution when you're starting from just 2019? That's like the evolution through the pandemic.
Well, I mean, 2020 changed the whole human race, in my opinion.
That's the biggest leap right there from COVID. Yeah. COVID did something to this man.
I think you're onto something.
It's like he's showing everyone. He's showing that to everyone right now. He's showing.
That's the first Talcott I've seen.
I think that's about when I saw him.
That was yesterday.
How is this not narcissistic?
Oh, that was yesterday.
Hey, look at me. My stream. Let's look at me.
This is the type of dude that's got pictures of himself all over his house.
It's like, okay, you know, like when you're a kid, I don't know if you ever had this. Did you ever have like your parents give you like one of those awful T-shirts that have your portrait on them?
No.
You'd like go like, oh, I did.
I would not have worn them anyway.
I didn't wear it either, but I was well. It was like, okay, it wasn't like my parents' fault, but like it was like we went and got like, you know, pictures taken at like one of those picture studio things, right? And one of the things that came with the package that they printed the children's portraits onto a T-shirt and they gave them to you. I never wore the thing in my life. I wish I still had it though. It'd be hilarious to wear today. I'd wear it if I had that thing today. It'd be a child's T-shirt that wouldn't fit me, but if I had it today, I would wear it because it would be hilarious to have this old retro T-shirt of like my with me as a child on it with like the little pose thing, you know, like this.
I grew up in the 70s. We had iron-ons where you go in the T-shirt shop and pick out.
Yeah, that was cool. Those were cool.
And then they would put them on the shirt. And then sometimes you go to the like amusement parks and you could get your picture put on a T-shirt or something.
Yeah, those are cool. But anyway, but I don't know if you ever had that. But to me, that like that little slideshow is the equivalent of like someone who got that shirt and was like wearing it everywhere. Like, yeah, this is me. This is me. This is me. Or like you know like that's the kind of thing your mom is supposed to do. Your mom is supposed to like go, you know, like you go over their house and they're supposed to like show you all these pictures of you, like as you through the years. They like, look, and here he was here, but no, he did that for himself. Isn't that nice?
We only did a few years. I personally think, I don't know what, like y'all are a little hard on Jack sometimes. You know how like Israel gets put under a higher scrutiny than all the other countries for some reason. I think Talcott gets put under a microscope compared to everybody else that streams. Flow State doesn't get this level of scrutiny. PF Jung doesn't get it. Machine doesn't get it. There's something about Jack.
Oh, Machine got it for a little bit.
I mean, well, he got it from pretty objective to the whole community because I don't know anybody in the community or anything. So to me, it's because he puts himself out there so much and the way that he expresses himself. Yeah. He gets all emotional. And you know, I respect the guy. I like listening to what he has to say, even though I think it's fun, you know, to poke jokes because that's how I deal with everything is humor.
I mean, honestly,
but I
honestly,
never mean anything hateful by it. Like I
I
like the
had
guy.
I never would have said a single negative thing about him until I saw him blowing up at people on stream, and like until I saw the other side of him. Until I
Oh,
saw his
really?
until I saw where
He's got
Wericott.
another side, huh?
I mean, I've
Wericott,
seen
yeah.
many people blow up on people.
Yeah.
But just like I mean,
I've blown
he
up on
presents
people.
himself. He presents himself as this
Come on,
calm, like peace loving guru person,
I
and
don't.
then like it's just I don't know.
Doggo.
Maybe
I just,
maybe
I
it's more
think
honest.
I think people are seeing something that I'm not. So the fault may be with me, but I'm just not seeing what everybody else is drawn to Talcott to attack.
You know,
I see his little anger outburst, but it looks like normal anger, and it's not nearly as worse as the anger from many people that I've seen. So
Really? I don't.
if that's people's like level of anger that they react to, it's not mine. I
think
find his anger pretty mild. Like Wericott.
Yeah, I mean, no, he was calling Chuck a motherfucker a lot and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know if that's really that calm. I
What?
mean, I've gotten angry at plenty of people and not start calling them like motherfuckers.
I mean,
like
like,
that.
what do y'all
I
think
mean,
about me? Because I do the same thing. So maybe that's
I
why.
I've never heard you do that.
I've never
Oh,
heard that either.
if people irritate me enough,
I've heard you get a little pithy, and I've heard you like definitely get some good jabs in, but I've never heard you go near as
well,
as
part of that, and I've also said this about Jack. Part of that is because I've done a lot of work on managing that, and I've noticed Jack does the same thing. Like his recovery time when he gets activated is very, very short compared to probably what it used to be. Sometimes it would take me days. I got it down to hours. Now I have it down to minutes. And Jack looks like the same thing. Like even when he gets triggered, he can recover in a very short amount of time, which is a credit to the amount of work he's put on himself and his skill.
Nothing wrong with that.
I know if he was on Drag Race, then everybody would be saying like, "Oh, his mask just slipped." So
I don't think it's a mask. I don't think like he's that way all the time, and the Happy Jack is just a mask covering that. I think that
I think the Happy Jack
when
is who
he
he wants to
appears,
be.
and he's just a emotionally complex person like a lot of us. And when he's having those little outbursts, that's who he is at that time. But I don't think he's that's who he is all the time.
The thing is, the thing that gets me is that it's not that he has the outbursts. It's that what he has the outbursts about and towards whom. He doesn't have the outbursts at the loud, obnoxious trolls that he keeps bringing back on over and over again.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. I don't understand why he keeps giving the one guy a platform. He just keeps insulting him. The guy with the really loud, obnoxious voice. I can't stand.
Yeah,
yes.
that is something weird going. Like, yeah, they have some kind of weird something going on. With this
that's what
I agree.
That's what bothers me. It's like,
but he's not the
only
only one that does it, because a lot of these panels have this codependent relationship with the trolls, where they will let trolls come on the panel and take over the whole panel and not set any kind of boundary. I've seen it on machines. I've seen it on flow states. I've seen it on other channels. So Jack's not even the only one doing that. But he and Paul do have some weird history.
That's strange, man. I get a little bit of engagement with that end of the community, but that dude just runs the show. He got Flo de-wrenched, and yeah, and he got a couple. He starts talking about de-wrenching his channel. Like, no, dude, fuck off. You pick the mods that you want in the channel because you trust their opinions to run and develop your community. And if they're eliminating people that are coming in and talking about, for example, there's another community where a guy would come into the channel and start, calling me Jeff Jerks Dogs or whatever horrible fucking name, and I'm, ban on sight, the way I see it, because other people who come into your channel just don't want to see that kind of negativity. Like I couldn't watch Jack Talcott after Paul was running the panel yesterday or whenever.
Yeah, I left too. It didn't interest.
It's not appealing to me. So I mean, that's the community he wants to develop. I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be a part of anything to do with that guy. He just sounds like fucking psychopath. The way he just talks to people and manipulates people.
The first time I heard about Paul, people were telling me he was trying to start this hair. Like he wanted to be a pimp and was trying to start some kind of hair.
YouTube pimp. That's
there's a bunch of people out there that they're trying to do that though. I mean, and granted,
I had this conversation with Just Frank because he got demoted yesterday, and he was telling me he's done with Talcott. So I mean,
Yeah,
I never started with Talcott. I thought the man had promise because just watching being on his panel and that, but I don't want to be a part of that shit.
I like what it does not, and it's not even that it. See, like if that sort of thing triggered him when people came over here and it came on there and did that kind of thing, I'd understand that. That would be like I'd be like, okay, listen up, motherfucker, too, you know. Because like somebody's gonna come in there and like bully you like that. I think that's a warranted response. What actually triggers him when people give him like constructive, gentle feedback, like gentle criticism is what triggers him.
I
That's
give
the
him
reason that
feedback all the time. He doesn't have that reaction with me, or
he
he
had that
hasn't yet.
reaction with me, and I was actually trying to be supportive. I was being genuinely supportive. I was just being like, have you tried doing this or doing that? And he got really triggered and mad. I'm saying, like, I mean, and I didn't say a single insulting thing to him or about his. I said, like, all I said was that I don't see how it's going to work from the top down, like you're saying. I'm saying, why don't you try to think about it from like trying to build something like where you're at and trying to build a platform, that you can
Right.
actually do some real
Is it
change in.
because Paul brings viewers? Is that why he wants to keep him? Or
Supposedly, so that's supposedly.
I mean, even Jim Jones had a cult. Like you're gonna have people on here that are fucking out of their minds that just need a place to go, and Paul gives them that outlet. And some people like being talked down to, and that's who they're gonna follow around. So
people need a place to go.
They do, and everyone believes like, oh no, that's not me, I don't do that. And yet they'll find themselves doing shit like that.
I was referencing a song you probably never heard. If when the stream's over, look up a song by Electric Six called "Down at McDonald's," and you'll get it, and you'll understand the reference. It's their they're the band that did Danger Danger High Voltage. You heard that song? Danger Danger High Voltage. You hear that song? You're like fire in the disco, fire in the Taco Bell. You heard that song?
Down at McDonald's with a Z, huh?
No,
Yeah, down at McDonald's with a Z.
His
the song is
relationship with Paul is that he sees Paul as a great spokesperson for his movement. Therefore, he thinks
how?
Yes.
What?
Paul's that dude's not. I mean, every time I've listened to Benton and other people replay his videos and kind of like, oh, like why are you guys even listening to this dude? He's just
Maybe he's a hypnotism wizard or something like that.
I mean,
Maybe
I think his vision's unrealistic to begin with, but if he's relying on Paul as the spokesperson, that's
just
who he's
weird.
listening, so that's even more unrealistic. Like that just
That's
makes
a
it
recipe
that much more
for
crazy.
success.
Yeah,
And
it's definitely
Paul,
not a recipe for success.
I could be a little off on this, and I'm not trying to be ugly, but within the last 5-6 years, Paul was the only person that would talk to him when he came online, because he's alienated his neighbors. He's alienated everybody he's come in contact with in real life. So
you talking about Talcott?
Yeah, he's talking about stream. All his friends stopped talking to him. Paul seems like a bottom feeder. Like he gets people that are vulnerable, and he shows up.
Yes,
and he,
Gen X.
gives them the validation they need and plays on them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Everything I've
but
heard,
he wants them to bend the knee to him, though.
Yeah, that's weak.
Paul.
That's what weak people do. I'm not impressed by that.
But Jack, if you'll notice, even last night's show, no matter whoever got into it with Paul, it wasn't Paul that got backstage.
I saw that.
It was the people Paul was in it with that Jack
Joe
backstage.
Cool called him on it because he did it to Joe.
He did it to Joe Cool, man, and I that was not cool.
Yeah, Joe Cool
because he made a valid point. At any time he brings him on, he starts yelling, and he would just backstage Joe Cool. Like what?
Like Joe.
He
Joe
puts
Cool,
Paul on a pedestal for
Joe
some
Cool
ungodly reason.
Such a chill guy that I don't even mind when he talks about systemic racism and stuff. And like that's the kind of thing that like normally I would push back a lot more against. But like Joe Cool is that chill that like when he talks about it, like I can actually understand where he's coming from and stuff like that.
Have a conversation.
I have a conversation with him.
Yeah,
about
I was
it.
listening to what he had to say yesterday, and I kind of wanted to jump in, but I was working on stuff around here.
Right.
That was yesterday. He talked about that on this panel, right?
Yeah.
And like, I mean, I'm just saying, like that's how chill Joe is. I mean, Joe is a chill motherfucker. I have no issues with Joe. I mean, I can't imagine like just backstage
and
Joe.
Paul despises Joe because Joe's channel has over 100,000 subscribers, but Joe will not play any of Paul's crap on his channel.
Good
Oh,
for him.
okay.
I like Joe more already.
Yeah, that's why Paul gets into it with Joe so much.
Does
Because
Joe ever
Joe ain't
stream?
playing.
Does Joe ever do
He
live
does
streams?
he does the cop watching. He goes on live streams his encounters with cops.
No, he never. Didn't he open panels or anything? I was wondering.
I don't know.
Not on his channel, no. It's usually he bounces around the different panels.
That's cool. I just didn't know if he did. I was gonna say like I need to watch out for. I could watch out for him doing one. I'd be glad to go support his live streams if he did them. But yeah, I watch his videos, but
Did Paul show up over there yet?
No, Jack hasn't posted the link. He's been talking for 45 minutes.
How many people in chat?
29 now.
See what I mean?
So when Paul shows up, the number goes up because he brings
all of his monkeys with him. Is Paul streaming right now? I don't even know.
Monkeys are a good
him
one.
at all.
Fly, monkeys, fly!
Yeah,
I
he
deleted
is.
him.
He sure is.
Is he streaming Jack?
And he has snafu. No, he has pineal power cut, and snafu.
Oh, have you watched that pineal power pod stream? I subscribed to it because I thought it might be a potential live stream for us to go on to. And like,
is that Sean?
I don't know who his name.
Sean, of course.
I have tried to watch his stream, like their panels.
The kid
like,
is lost.
He has the backwards hat on.
Yeah, he's lost.
And snafu, the three of them are on, and he has 121 people watching.
Oh God!
I don't think he ever.
Damn, 121.
Sean never I don't think he ever recovered from his dad committing suicide.
Oh my God!
Shit,
not too long back.
No, that'll fuck you up.
That will fuck you up. Yeah, that really will. But the Pineal Power podcast, like their stream, like man, every time I've ever tried to even tune into it, because it's been nothing. It's just people yelling. It's just it's nonstop chaos. There was never any break in it. You can't understand.
Either that, or he's all over the place with no clear intention of where he's going.
Oh, kind of like this.
Well, no, it don't even gel. There's not even conversation.
Oh.
He'll just start playing other people's streams and not say anything, make some goofy faces on screen, and just keep switching streams up. It don't make no sense to me.
Got to start somewhere, I guess.
Well, yeah. Anyway, I mean, I was gonna say I was gonna go straight over there, but I'm not going over there with that panel right now. I mean, I'll wait a little while and see if it settles down.
Who's on panel now?
Snafu.
He hasn't put the link up yet.
Oh, yeah. I thought
he's showing a Bible verse.
It's pinned at the top of it.
No, it's feeling very inspired. Currently intend to start much earlier than scheduled. Stay tuned. Watch for notifications.
Before he played that first video, I caught 30 seconds where he said it made him cry today. That video
must be emotional.
The evolution of Talcott.
Yes,
made him cry.
Well, he said that somebody was so thoughtful to do that for him.
Oh, someone made it. Okay,
I thought he made it for himself. That's why I thought he had like pictures of himself around the house.
No, somebody else did.
Okay, so that makes more sense.
They clip pictures of him from his streams starting in 2016.
Now, one of those pictures was when he was Jesus Christ mode.
Well, they got him in the shower somehow. I don't know if he was streaming from the shower.
He was from his bathtub and talking about children. It was freaky. It was strange.
Well, he is on a tear today because he's still going. It's almost an hour.
Really?
Damn.
Yeah. He's been
48 minutes.
He has not put the link up yet.
Well, bless this little fart. If I'm making too much noise, let me know.
You're good, man.
Trying to load this damn dishwasher.
Your dog's name is Chucky. Okay, I see that, Jeff.
Yeah, I just happened to look at chat and saw
Yeah,
that.
no,
Lindsay had-
that's my wife. That's Lindsay. Lindsay.
Oh, okay. What's up, Lindsay?
Yeah. Did you check out that song then? Did you
Yeah, I
take
didn't
the
want
letter?
to play it.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
I
that's
guess
fine.
don't play it.
That's fine.
I can
Don't play
mute
it.
myself and play it. That way,
No,
you
that's
don't.
it's fine. Don't play it. I just didn't. I thought maybe that's what you were doing. I was just saying like if you got the joke then, or I guess it's just like the
I
just
kind of
the song.
forgot the joke.
The song is just really funny because it's such a specific like it's literally about people that work they're working the night shift at McDonald's and are trying to close up, but then all a bunch of people show up and don't want to leave. And they just want to they just want to hang out at the McDonald's like while they're trying to shut down, and it's like this, it's like from the perspective of the of this like leader of this group of kids that are like hanging out in the thing, and they're like, my people need a place to go, my people need a place to go.
Man, have any of you guys like worked fast food somewhat recently?
I worked in
Well,
McDonald's for like
recently.
a month. I was the French fry guy.
Oh yeah. I worked at a Pizza Hut for 2 years.
Like indoor delivering.
Delivering.
Oh.
And
Lindsay worked with the Pizza Hut for a long time when she was a kid.
Yeah, and I really tried to. I offered. Well, they offered me the store, right, like to manage it, and I told them 50,000 would be my salary requirement, and they only offered me like 36, and then I was like, well, no, for that I'll just keep driving, because like driving really wasn't even. No, not really. I mean, kind of. You might make $50,000 in a year, but then you put like $10,000 in your car,
Really, you made that much driving for him? That's good, man. Like I mean,
oh yeah, I mean that was 50 hours a week too. So
how long ago was that though?
Right before and during COVID, because I had quit the job that I was doing. Because
I get that then. Because like back 20 years ago, before my first daughter was born, so like that, I remember like I was so happy whenever I got the GM, I got a GM job. I was general manager of a movie theater, and like I had to negotiate to get like $33,000 a year as a salary, and I was thrilled with that at the time. So,
well, these companies around like in corporations, they want to try to cut every little corner they can, and I felt like there was a lot wrong with the Pizza Hut at the time I went there, and at the time I needed a job just because I needed a job. I had quit the other job I was doing because I was having like the midlife crisis situation where I was 365 pounds and like just
Are you serious?
Yeah, oh yeah, man.
I'm
down to 265 now. And the problem I have now is
you don't look at
no way you don't look. I would have never.
I mean, I'm down. I'm like at 195 now again. I'd gotten back up to like 220, like again for a while. But like, I mean,
I'm
a
big tall dude too, so I'm over 6'5", so.
I'm only 5'11", so yeah, I'm not that tall. But I have pictures
Superman
of me.
shirt.
I have pictures of me from I think Jeff has seen a couple of them. I have a couple pictures of me from like before I lost weight, and like I was like I didn't. It's like one of those weird things too. Like when you're in it, you don't even. Did you experience that? Like whenever when you were that big, you had no idea. You look in the mirror and like
right,
you wouldn't you didn't look.
My clothes aren't. I'm not getting fatter. My clothes are all just shrinking. Right.
Well, it's not even that. It's not even that. Like you're getting bigger, but you don't have any idea how big you really look until like you have like the contrast. And you're like, holy shit! Oh my god!
Or somebody takes a picture of you and you see it on the Facebook or something.
I didn't even notice it on pictures. I didn't even notice it in the pictures until after I lost the weight and I had the contrast of what I looked like after and before. It didn't even like I couldn't even see it. It was insane. Like I look at those pictures and I'm like, oh my god, I look huge.
But yeah, man. I mean, I had a decent like career going where I'd worked from home doing computer stuff, and I had to stop it, man. And, I really couldn't do anything too intense. So I decided to do something that I do remember that kept me in pretty good shape when I was young, in my early 20s, which was pizza delivery. And I've still done pizza delivery like on and off. Like my buddy owns a pizza place around here and he calls me whenever he needs help. But um, I've done that for 20 plus years. So I started doing it like full time and really working hard at it. And I tried really, my best there. And this, the attitude, first of all, everybody at every fast food place is a super fucking huge stoner now. And I, I never imagined in a million years it would be like this. I worked at Arby's when I was 14 and getting back into uh, uh, that industry at that age. I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, like all the people from Wendy's and McDonald's, we all meet behind the dumpster behind the Pizza Hut and fucking pass around blunts. And it's like, it's completely, it's kind of absurd.
In my experience, everyone that's I worked as a waiter and in fast food. In my experience, I've never known it to be any different, and that goes back even like 20 plus years ago. I mean, like that. I mean, pretty much like it was even like it was like said like it was used to it was said back in the day that if you if you were looking for drugs, the best thing to do is get a job at a restaurant. Um, the best way to find drugs.
That's based on my recent experience. I don't doubt it, man.
I mean, that's what
doubt
everyone,
it at
that's what
all.
that was like. That was what everyone said. Like it was like, oh, if you want drug contacts, just go get a job at like get a job waiting tables at like your local Applebee's, and like you'll find drugs, and like and that is definitely. And I I didn't see that when I worked at Applebee's, I was working in a really tiny town, and like that wasn't necessarily true there. There weren't that many people that worked there, so it wasn't like and most of it were older. But when I worked at later on, I worked at a Johnny Carino's, which is like this Italian place, kind of like an Olive Garden type place.
Oh, I
And like,
remember Johnny
dear
Carino's.
God, you could not get away for. It was kind of like how when you go on Twitter now, and like it's like no matter what you do, there's just porn everywhere. It was like no matter how hard you try to to stay away from like the drugs, like they were just like always like being thrown in your face like everywhere. Everyone was like, and I don't just mean weed. I mean meth. I mean cocaine, especially cocaine. They all loved cocaine at the restaurants. It seemed like cocaine, meth, probably I even heroin like got offered to me. I mean, like I'm just like and I'm not even necessarily trying to sell it. People just like were offering like, hey, you want to come do this with me? They go in and smoking shit in the freezer and shit like in the deep freeze and shit like that. Like it was like crazy, man.
No,
I mean,
it's crazy. It is crazy, man. And people should have a little class about themselves,
and it makes me it also every time I go to a restaurant, if I don't go to restaurants very often anymore because I don't have any money, but every time I go to a restaurant, I always keep in mind that more than likely there's probably a 1 in 7 chance that the person who is serving you, I'd say it's a much higher chance than that. But I said there's at least a 1 in 5, between 1 in 5, 1 in 7 chance the person who's serving you is probably high right now on something. They are probably currently high. So you always have to keep that in mind whenever, like, I always keep that in mind whenever, like, they mess up orders and stuff like that. Yeah, like they're probably high because, like, most of the people who work these places are.
That's probably not untrue, man. It's probably not. There was a lady at Pizza Hut, the general manager, when I got there. The first thing she started telling me about was how her son, how she has to support her son through rehab, and how he ruined her life and his life and all this. And then the next day, like, I noticed like she's not like acting right. Like she's just not. She's sitting in her chair and she starts doing the nods, man. And she's putting wings in the deep fryer, and she starts doing the nods all forward like she's gonna fall face first into the deep fryer. And I'm looking at her, and then she starts to fall. And she got close enough to where like some of her hair actually got oil in it, like from her almost going face first into it. And I call the paramedics, and they take her to the hospital, and she's out back at the store in like 4 hours. And it's the stupidest fucking thing ever.
Well, yeah, 'cause
Because
a lot of times, if they get taken to the hospital and it just turns out they're just really high, they'll just send them right home. Yeah,
yeah, I don't.
they're gonna do shit. They're gonna do shit for you if you're just really fucked up.
They gave her
Uh,
Narcan, and
Yeah,
then
that's
like,
pretty much and they'll just kick you out. Yeah, because
but like when she came back, she didn't say that she was on drugs. She said that her blood oxygen level had sunk too low. And then I asked
Right.
I asked the district manager, like, you're gonna let her work here? This is a safety hazard. Like, what the fuck is going on here? This is fucking outrageous. Like, I was throwing a fit, man.
And the general manager was probably thinking to himself, like, you have to imagine, like, he's like, yeah, but look at the what's my
Bro,
application? What's
that
my
was the
application?
general manager.
Yeah, what's my application pool look like? Do you see any PhDs applying? You see any PhDs applying to be waiters here, man? I mean, what do you want us to do
Yeah,
here?
well, I mean, yeah, there's plenty of people applying, but once they disclosed what the salary was going to be, everybody is like, peace,
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean,
deuces.
so then you got to fire this lady. Then you got to find somebody else that's more than likely to be as fucked up or more fucked up than her, and then you have to train them again. So I mean, at least she had the basic training down, and she had a good story at least for like, at least she had like a sympathetic story. Whereas like, you hire just some teenager kid that's literally going to start just dealing out of the back of the kitchen, it's
Yeah,
you're managing a restaurant. You kind of have to take what you can get in a lot of cases. You really do.
I've seen it. I have seen it, but
Now, I would think
as
that the
far as
same
being
thing.
able to take what you get, you got to take care of the people that you do get that are good. That's what upset me about a couple. That's what
No,
upset
I
me,
understand that.
even with my friend, like a friend that owns his pizza place, right? I come in and I work for him on fucking Christmas goddamn Eve. And Jay, if you ever hear this, I love you, bud, but fuck, man, that was fucking low. We had a table of 9 people, and he didn't share any of that fucking tip with me. And I did all the fucking dishes for it. And it was bullshit.
I hear you. I know I've had those experiences too. Especially like the worst thing would be waiting if getting a night waiting at waiting tables and like and then sometimes they assign you bar tops even though you weren't technically supposed to be in the bar, and like bar top tips automatically go to the bartender, and like they even though like like it was my table, like the bartender would still like come over and like and swipe the tips off or shit like that. It just pissed me off so much. Yeah, that's usually where most of the money was too. Like most of the people actually tipped well usually were in the bar. So yeah, that was years and years ago. That's, I mean, like, it takes me back. I mean, I'm talking like I was like what, 19, 20 at most.
I mean,
Like 22 years ago at least. Like a whole young adult's lifetime until.
yeah, it was always like
All of Gen
my
Z.
ideal like job to own a pizza place, man, and that's why I really wanted to manage one. But I'm not going to do it for fucking peanuts, man. Like I have to be able. I mean, even in 2000, I think it was like 2019 to early 2020, before the COVID outbreak, that I was trying to negotiate with the regional manager, and he was not willing to negotiate at all. So, but I was willing to be dedicated to it because I knew what being a GM of that place would have entailed. It would have entailed an open to close everyday commitment until you have a good enough staff to be able to run it when you're not there.
Yeah. No, I actually, I mean, I've considered still even now. I love cooking. I love cooking, and I love. I love cooking. There's a few things that I've learned to make that I really enjoy making, like paella. I love making donut grilled cheese and stuff like that. I thought about doing like a food truck, and at one point I was trying to work with this chef friend of mine about opening a pizza restaurant myself. So yeah, I hear you there, man. I mean, it was but we never could get the startup capital in the first place. But then in
Yeah.
addition to startup
Well,
capital, it
and
was like
that's, the simplest way around that is to do, usually it used to be able to do stuff like I did, where you could go into a place and start out as a driver and just keep working your way up, and it wasn't my position from negotiating with this guy wasn't from a position that, oh, I just came in here and I don't know what's going on. Like I had, called the paramedics on the general manager and taken over the store on my third fucking day there, and ran it efficiently, from open to close the rest of that entire week after that. And then, so forth. They worked all the hours that they would have let me, which was generally about 50 hours a week. So, I mean, it wasn't like, and his position to me was, I do so much of the management work already, and I said, well, my position to you is for more money, I'd be able to do more for this place and keep it going. And that negotiation never went forward from that. So, but
Well, it's nice they offered it to you though. I have to say, because like I did a similar thing. One of my very first jobs, I worked at the Great American Cookie Company. It was at a mall, and the owner there, or the GM there, just like rage quit one day we had no idea why. We heard screaming in the back, and then she like stormed out. And
those
she
are the
never came back.
best. I've
Yeah,
seen a few managers do that.
yeah, and I was the only one on staff at the time, so I immediately I like over the phone talking the owner he didn't even know how to do anything himself. He put me in touch with one of his older managers, or one of the managers from the other cookie stores, and I got on the phone with him and learned how to do all the opening and closing procedures, and basically took over as manager and ran the store for 2 months. And after 2 months, they came down and he came down and it's like, well, and he introduced me to the new general manager, and I was like I don't even get
Oh,
a
wow.
shot. I didn't even get a shot at the shot. I mean, and I was running it well. I mean, and I said that whether I've been doing something wrong. He's like, well, you're just really young. You're only 7, and I was 17. So, you're just like, you're really young, and I just, and I was like, but I've been doing the job. I think I deserve this. I think I deserve at least a chance, and because in all that time they never paid me any extra. I never got paid any manager wages or anything like that. And what ended up happening, and I kind of I got really kind of mad, and I kind of stood my ground about it. I was like, no, this is not right. This is not right that you're treating me this way, because just because of my age and everything, when I've been helping you out, and I've been doing this sort of thing. So he fired me.
Well, and that's about the process of things, man, because the person that he did hire as the general manager for less money that he was offering me was not even a high school graduate. So, that's because he would hire people like that. And I think I had several managers in the 2 years that I worked there, because they rotated every couple of months. And the general pattern was that these people were either fresh out of jail or didn't graduate high school.
Well, the owner clearly had a type of person that he was looking for, that was probably someone that was easier to control and less independently minded.
Right, and
That's the kind of thing. A lot of people do that. They hire people that they feel like they can
they're not going to
control and keep.
challenge them on their.
And there are places also that will hire people they know won't last long, and they'd rather have a constant rotating door. I know it's because I've been told this by some people, that they'd rather have a rotating door of people in those positions, because then if they're there too long, then they start they get too ingrained in things, and they become they'd rather someone not become important to the operation, so that if they quit, it's not a big deal. Um, that happened. And there's this place that I used to work at I just used to graphic design for this website called Unica Home. That was a furniture design store and website and stuff like that. They sold high-end modern design furniture. It's like that, like really expensive couches and shit. I'm talking about they sold Ames chairs, shit like that. And I see all their graphic design, and I did the product photography. I did tons of shit for that company. But if there was like this, ever since I had started there, people were like, yeah, just wait, we're all just waiting for our 6 months to be up. And it was just like, what does that mean? And then I just started seeing people get one by one. I saw everybody around me get fired and then replaced by other people, until it was my 6 months. It was a little bit longer than 6 months. I made it a little closer to 9, but till my time got there too. Until finally I suddenly was in huge. I got screamed at for something I hadn't done and everything, and they made this huge deal about it, and I got really dramatically fired for something that I couldn't even respond to, because I didn't even know what the guy was talking about. And then later on, we met up with I kept in touch with all the other employees that had been there for a long time, that she'd actually been there for a long time, and she was like, yeah, the only way is to keep a job there is to get dirt on them. We were like, what? It's like, she's like, yeah, the only reason I still have a job there is because I know about the way they're actually running their business, and basically they're doing a bunch of tax evasion and shit like that. And I learned about that stuff really early on, so they can't fire me because I'll turn them in. So that's the only but other than if you're not there that long, if you don't find out something like that, they fire everybody after a certain amount of time, because they don't want for any excuse they want to, just because. And in Texas is a right to work state, so it's not like, I mean, Nevada was not a right. It was a right to work state anyway. They could fire you for any reason, is the point. and like they fire you before you find out. They try to fire you before you find out that stuff that will keep them, that will have put something over their head again. So like I mean like that was and she was like, she was like the lady that was, she was always in the back, and like we were really cool with her. And me and Lindsay both worked there, and we knew this lady pretty well, and like she invited us out for drinks after I got fired, and was like, just like, she was like, I just want to let you guys know, like, it's not Chris's fault or anything. It was always going to happen like that, because like unless you, and I was kind of like, well, why didn't you like let me in on this before? Or then I could have like,
Sounds like they didn't want to pay you.
Yeah, he didn't want to pay me either, but and he didn't want me to ask for a raise or anything. But yeah, but if you knew that stuff, then you kind of like you kind of had him over a barrel. And the guy that hired me on there, he even like, it was like he didn't even tell me what was going on, and like me and him were actual friends, I thought. And like I found out that was like like when he left the company, he left like 3 months after I started, and he left on basically with the same thing. He got like a whole bunch of money and everything to like whenever he left, because of the fact that he knew a bunch of dirt on them. So like, yeah, their whole business was like being run highly illegally, and like they weren't doing like any mobster shit. They weren't selling drugs or anything. They were just like they had like their whole business was based around like moving around money and doing like and doing like tax, like, were sheltering themselves from taxes and stuff like that. They would keep things like in anonymous other warehouses and stuff, so they didn't have to pay taxes on the inventory and stuff like that, because the stuff was so high priced. The taxes that you have to keep on it was like astronomical.
Mhm.
And we're talking about couches that were like $150,000 and higher.
Whew.
We're talking about chairs that cost as much as a new Corolla, So, so
No wonder why they're not wanting to pay taxes on that shit.
no, yeah, I mean, but still, it was like high. It was like
Still shady though.
Yeah, they literally, like, the amount of tax evasion they were doing, they would have gone to jail for they would have actually gone to jail for years. So, yeah. So, anyway,
Have you been holding the guitar the whole time, like you're ready to play it?
it's calling for me to hold it
now.
Like a stem.
Yeah, I don't mean as a prop. It's just like, if I get anxious, I just like to hold the guitar. It just it helps calm my anxiety. It always has. So that's why I've been keeping it by the computer.
You have anxiety on here?
I have anxiety all the time. Don't you? I mean, we used to do the rocking thing, and stuff like that. That's
not anxiety though. That's I'm not even conscious of it. That's just my nervous system. No, I don't have anxiety at all until I'm around anxious people, and then I catch their anxiety.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just my nervous system. But I always chalk it up to anxiety. Like, I don't feel anxious per se, but like I get like all like fidgety and stuff like that. And so like, but if I'm like holding the guitar, it keeps me from doing that. So like, I just like it, just like, and then I can just kind of like move my fingers up and down the strings, stuff like that. Just, I don't know. It's just like a different kind of fidgeting I can do. I just don't. I don't know. I've played guitar since I started teaching myself to play guitar when I was like 13 or 14. So it's like, it's been part of my life for a really long time. So like it has like that. It has that really. I'm not good, even after all that time.
That man is still going. It's almost an hour and 15 minutes.
Shit.
Well, it's his, soapbox, right?
What's he ranting about?
I don't know. I have him on mute.
I played a little bit of it, and it's just like, I'm not even paying attention to it.
Sometimes I feel like he's trying to convince himself of what he's saying more than he's trying to convince
exactly.
Maybe. I don't know. He's using his hands a lot.
Talcatian hands.
See, like I mean, like I can see that to a degree. I can see like kind of like working some things out. What was that about? What were you doing? Are you trying? You saying was that what he was doing?
Yeah, Frank, you stream. What's your channel? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what you look like.
Yeah, I can't say.
I mean, a piano could make you look musical. I don't know about sophisticated.
Maybe if you very gently played like while you were talking, like, and like added like some ambience, some like nice little like like the kind of piano you hear in like a jazz bar, you know.
I'm
It's
not
some
wanting
incense in
drama
there.
somewhere. I don't even plan to go on. They had stuff that they were talking about on here about Jack, and they said they're going to go on the channel and say it to his face.
And just because I don't like talking about people behind their back. I just don't feel good about that.
I don't consider anything on stream behind anybody's back because I just assume they can see it if they want.
They can, but like I don't expect everyone to go back and watch every.
Oh, but the word gets
really.
around. Jack, they're talking about you on Jeff's channel. He can come watch.
I just try to be honest with my criticisms, you know.
Yeah, and then I'll say this then, Jack, because it sounds like you have trolls waiting in the wings to go on your show. I may show up, I may not. So if you hear this later, Jack, then just know that
I don't even know he's doing a show
do
today.
like and respect you.
He's definitely feeling the spirit.
It's really offloading himself, I guess.
Yes, sir. I don't say anything behind anybody's back that I don't say to their face. So I don't even have a concept of talking behind someone's back. It just all it means is they're just not in the room. They just happen to not be around.
And Chuck's reporting back with psychobabble over there.
I just can't believe
that's
how long
his thing, though, isn't it?
Spiritual psychobabble. And you know, I wouldn't hesitate to say anything I have said about Jack to Jack on a panel, because I feel that it's honest. You know, sometimes I do feel like he says a lot without saying anything specific.
If it's more like an art form, I would kind of understand.
Makes you feel dirty now, huh?
Tarek is in the chat.
I don't really have an opinion on Tarek. I don't know him. I've seen him on things before, but
he's okay. He's kind of an instigator, but he's not. I don't think he's the troll that people make it out.
He subscribed to my channel. I saw.
Oh,
which is awesome. I guess.
Thank you, Tarek. Whenever I set my channel up and everything and did the one stream when Jeff was gone the other day, I thought it was weird how like I got notifications for 3 of the subscribers I got, but then like I ended up with like 14 or 15 subscribers.
They do that to me too. I'll get random notifications for subscribers, but
I don't know what the threshold is. Like it told me that certain people subscribe to me, but it didn't tell me like everybody. So like what's the point of that?
I think it's the person who subscribes has their settings to be public when they subscribe to a channel.
That makes sense.
So it's only other person's in.
Yeah, it's only certain people that are going to give notifications when they subscribe. And Frank did he showed me there's a featured section too, like on your YouTube homepage. I didn't even know about that. So you could link other channels right on your homepage. I think you got it. You got that done already.
Affiliated channels, yeah.
Yeah,
I do have that.
Yeah, you know, I have no intentions of ever making money off of this. It's just for fun, really. But it is nice to, you know, community build, I guess, in a cringy sort of way.
I think it's
that's
cringy.
mostly what I use it for.
I've got some ideas. We're working on some ideas for other kinds of streams, like other streams beside. Well, not that we're gonna stop doing this one, but other streams that will be in addition to this one that will be, you know, just different kind of stuff. You know, like just different stuff that might be just for more stuff that's maybe more fun, more like a little more focused.
Well, I've seen people do
Joshua
trivia.
Jones was gonna make us a web page, but I guess that's
I guess that's
we could do like online trivia or something somewhere, or even like there's like on Discord, if one of us gets Nitro, there's like a putt game that's really cool.
Putt online.
On Discord. Yeah. I had the Nitro trial for like 3 months, but I never tried any of the games. I just use it to like increase the streaming quality because I was streaming TV shows and stuff. What's funny?
Yeti says on Jax, can I make a suggestion to you? No panel tonight. Just let God speak to you tonight. Speak through you tonight.
Through you.
Because that
reminds me of a Tool song.
Anyway. I don't know if he's going to get a panel.
Well, maybe he doesn't need one.
Does Jack have long hair or no? I'm confused. Does he have like a really long ponytail behind his head? I've never seen the back of his head.
He used to, and then he cut it short, and now it's starting to get long again. I think.
That sounds fun, Frank. We thought about doing like an all-night stream to see who can last the longest, and people would drop off.
TML would probably last the longest.
Yeah, he would.
With his insomnia.
And he already has his pajamas on.
And yeah, the problem is like, if
I don't have pajamas. I sleep in t-shirts and I don't have.
Me too.
Special
I don't have
sleepwear.
I don't have any actual pajamas, but I have like old t-shirts. I guess I could count as pajamas, but I typically sleep in my jeans though. So I mean,
we're planning a game show type thing at some point, and
which I had an awesome movie. I had an awesome idea for the game show thing, and that's why whenever we off stream, I should tell you the idea. I think you'll like this idea. I really do. Maybe not, and maybe you'll tell me all the reasons that it won't work. But I think it's really good. So we'll see. It's an idea that like occurred to me all of a sudden last night right as I was going to sleep. Right as I was trying to while I was trying to fall asleep.
I started watching some of the old like Survivors and Big Brothers to get inspiration.
Strip checkers, strip poker.
You still watch those shows?
Yeah, I was a big reality TV addict back in the day.
Man, I haven't watched
one of those shows. I'm a super fan. I watch them over and over because I learn like group dynamics from watching them.
I mean, it kind of is relevant to your line of work, right?
I guess it can be. It's definitely relevant to these panels because the same dynamics happen here. Just they're not competing for $1 million, but they still do the same.
Guess the joke's on us then.
They act like they are.
Poker takes too long to get naked, Chuck. I don't even know. How would you strip checkers? What, like you every time we?
I'm not stripping for free.
How about strip chess? How about that?
That's why we got to get monetized. We have to
chess.
get up to at least 500, and then we can start taking super chats.
I mean, because that's what all those Twitch chess streams is missing is a good old dose of nudity, you know, of nerdy dude chess player nudity, you know.
we had the chess. We were offering chesties for a while for free.
I give chesties for free every day.
Oh, you're
every
still giving chesties.
Every
is that?
How did you
what
do
are
that?
you doing?
What did you do with the big head thing? What did you do that for?
Is that your real head or is that a?
No,
the filter? It's a filter. I can
it's
see
a AR thing. I've been kind of playing with it. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've got this this app that I can use my phones as a webcam. So I got like my old phones out.
I wonder if that's what Tommy does. I see shit on your
There's
face.
something
right
it's something with AR, some sort of AR thing. The program I have doesn't really have a lot of options, but it's got some cool ones. Like, hey, I'm invisible. Whoa. See, I was planning on kind of bringing this out one point when somebody was arguing with me or something, and just like go all 8-bit on them or something, like
that would be great. Actually, I'd love to have something like that for the like filters like that for like the one of the shows we're talking about doing, because like it'd be really cool to be like pixelate somebody.
Oh my God,
or something like that.
I love that one. I'm not a cat.
I'm a jaguar. Yeah, the program's called Camo, and you have to run it on your.
Oh, I have Camo because
you run
it
it on
turn
your
your
PC.
phone into a camera.
Yeah, and you run it on your PC, run it on your camera, and then when you get it all synced up, you look at the when you go to StreamYard, you have to choose Camo as the camera source, and then when you get into StreamYard, or when you get into the options on the Camo Studio part, there's a section for filters and AR. Now, I don't have an iPhone, so none of the actual what they call filters will run. Like I can set my backgrounds in that. But the AR, there's like a box underneath that just says AR, and it's got all these like cool effects, like do something like that. And plus, I don't know if you guys noticed the bottom left of my screen. Well, we got the name tag over top of it, but I have different borders where I can put up
oh yeah,
like information like that.
Yeah.
Fancy.
It is fancy, man. I was pretty happy I found this thing, and this app isn't really huge. So I
I've never
watched one of
seen
their
Cats
videos
Off
on it.
Broadway.
Feel like they're like mapping your face, getting all its intricacies and stuff.
Oh, of course they are. Oh well. At least they'll be
It's probably
immortalized in
doing
the
it on YouTube anyway.
upcoming AI revolution.
I can't wait for. I want AI guest.
Tonight we have.
As long as it's not like a Lumitami bot or something.
No, it won't be. It'll be way more creative than Tommy.
We just have people. We've had people over. If we could use the camo filter type thing to make us look like the guests.
Oh my god, that is so fucking. I want one.
I know. Well, I know. What's his name? Like Adam on Such an Adam. I know he uses like those. He uses like the AR sunglasses thing all the time. He always has
That's just Zoom has those. I used to use them in Zoom.
That's a Zoom thing.
Yeah.
Remind you of the time he watched Cats Off Broadway. Why do you?
I had the soundtrack growing up, but I never watched the play.
You're lucky. I've seen a tape performance of it, and I've seen the movie. In both cases, it was painful. The movie is worse. The movie is a train wreck on a level that
I think I tried to watch the movie and it was so bad I turned it off.
Oh, it's a train wreck, and usually I like train wrecks, but this is a train wreck that wasn't even enjoyable as a train wreck. It was just
like jumping the shark or something.
It was just off-putting, and it just felt wrong. I don't know.
I want to peek in on Jack because I'm fascinated by
like
what
Boondock Saints 2.
Let's peek in on him. Bring him up on the screen, dude.
I mean, he's been going non-stop for like.
Let's see. What's Jack?
The light within you is there, here and now. The light being the truth that you know, the love that is available. It's always there. We'll come back to love too.
So you'll come back to love. That means you're not through anytime soon.
It looked like a 1,000-yard stare there.
I think maybe I'm just prejudiced against hippies. Even though I have some hippie-ish tendencies myself, but at the same time.
Well, it's just, the naivety, the naiveness, or however you would refer to it as.
Yes, I've told him that over and over and over. The the naivete.
That's what's off-putting,
Yeah, it's just like I like Jack as a person because I can tell I do think he has a good heart, but like the things he says and stuff are just, to me, it's so cringe. It just makes me go, oh, come on, man, you can't be that dumb. Come on.
I think he kind of forgets about the nature, the hostile nature of the universe, and how it's always
or just
been
the internet.
Devour to survive is how it's always been,
Yeah.
In one hand,
even that you can recognize that, and you can still believe in some of that stuff, but like some of the stuff he says it's just that it's so vague. He has no solid plan or solid plan of action.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, just Frank. I shared the story. I don't know if you were watching, Frank, when I was telling him how they demodded you in Flow State. Yeah. He, in favor of the obnoxious guy that he has a cult following, I guess. I still don't really know who Paul is.
That's all too much for color television for me.
Lindsay said, my wife is saying cats is the devil, but she has 3 cats, so like don't listen to her.
It is I've heard you, little cat. Every time we try to watch movies, it is the devil.
She's annoying as hell. It's just the one. She's the only one that's annoying like that. For the other 2,
he did. I saw him. He snatched his wrench.
Okay, apparently Lindsay was talking about.
Okay.
Lindsay was talking about the musical Cats is the devil. Okay, I thought she was talking about the cat that was on the dude's head.
Oh, is it?
That's a doggo.
That's a real one.
Doggo.
Yeah,
it's for the win.
this is Chuck's sister. This is Pickles.
Hey,
She's
Pickles.
she's adorable. She's a German.
Pickles.
Chuck and her are both German Shepherd Chihuahua mixes. So
Pickles. Pickles. Psst, psst.
hey, Pickles. Look.
She probably can't see us.
Oh, she's adorable.
Yeah,
She's
she's
really
beautiful.
camera shy and mirror shy. Anytime she sees a mirror or even like trying to get pictures of her, she always looks away, like all like I don't want to be on camera. All right, Pickles. Chuck is a little bit different. Come on, Chuck. Come on. Come on.
That's Chuck. They look the same.
They do look this. They look very similar. Chuck's a lot bigger.
Hey, Chuck. Chuck. Chuck.
He's a lot bigger. He's a little bit more aggressive than her too. He's real, like when people like walk to like people reach for me and stuff. Like he gets really defensive.
He made like he made like the Dogecoin dog like stare for a second there. It was like he did
the
like
side eye.
Yeah.
I love that
I
picture.
did just wake him up from a nap. He was sleeping on the bed, so he's probably a little annoyed.
You had a dog named Mocha? Frank?
No, I have another dog named Batman.
No, just Frank said that. I was just
yeah. I see the chat. Oh, I didn't know you had a dog, Frank.
Is it Mocha or Matcha? I can't even.
I think it says Mocha.
Mocha, yeah. Hard C.
Yeah, man. I lost my border collie the day after Christmas, man. It was the craziest thing. I came in from work and he was banging his head on the ground. He was having some sort of seizure, man. He literally died in my arms as I was trying to wrap him up. I don't understand what happened.
Dude, I know how you feel. Look, I like growing up, my parents we had a lot of cats that just got pregnant and had kittens, and my parents actually were trying to they had a couple of they got gifted by some people in the church gave them these two purebred dogs. Cocker spaniels. And so they were like, well, I guess we can breed them, sell puppies, because we had a boy and a girl, and so they tried doing that, and so many Cocker Spaniel puppies came out. They have
wow.
They're born with cleft palates really often. I'm just saying I have held so many little baby animals in my arms till they died. I know how you feel. I didn't. You don't even have to. You don't even have to get that attached. You don't have to get that attached. Just to,
I had him for almost 2 years. I adopted him from a coworker, and he only went to the vet once, but he was already neutered when I got him, so he just got an updated set of shots, and he had a rawhide toy in his cage with him, and that was gone. So he wasn't choking on anything though, but I still don't. It was a crazy seizure. Even after he was dead, like his legs were just straight out. But otherwise his entire body was limp. Like when I was trying to wrap him up, like he was just completely limp. And then as I'm trying to like assess the situation and looking for an emergency vet, because I get off work at it's like 5 a.m, and there's no place necessarily open unless I go to like an emergency animal hospital. As I'm trying to assess the situation, I hear him moan, and I watch his head just go back, and he took that last deep breath, and I could hear it, like he was gone. So
that like death has this constant thing that seems to happen with. I don't know. I guess it necessarily didn't happen, but have you seen it happen before with like, have you even taken care of a sick animal and like it seems like they make a recovery all of a sudden, it seems like they're doing a lot better, and then the next day they're just gone. Have you had that happen? That is
They
like
say that
with
happens
one of
with
my
old
older
people,
dogs.
too.
Yeah, it happened with my uncle.
Yeah,
my uncle's last words were, "I feel a lot better."
Yeah, no, my grandfather was the same way. Like he had been in the hospital like comatose for he got COVID and like it got into his, all this shit. And but then like the day before, and I'd been down there visiting, but I just come back because like they told me like, well, he's not going to wake up anytime soon if he's going to wake up. So they told me to go back home, and so we went back to I came back to Texarkana, and then we came to Dallas. And then my mom called me like 2 days later, and she was like, you're not gonna believe this, but your grandfather, he woke up and he's doing so much better and everything. I was like, oh, that's amazing. Like, as soon as I can, because I didn't have the money to drive back there right away. I was like, as soon as I get the money to come, I'm coming right back. And she's like, I'll see about. And then like she called me later that night and he passed. And it was like it happens like that with somebody like we had some kittens we were trying to foster to take care of, and they were kind of sickly, and each and every one of them like would start doing so much, but they start getting up and start eating and start kind of like moving around, and then they would just then they'd fall asleep and they just wouldn't wake up, and it was just like it's so. I guess it's like this weird thing, like it's like this weird like aspect of like it's like right like something about your body like even if it's in that shape, it's like it has like it gives you a chance to say goodbye or something. I don't know. It's like it's weird. Like I don't understand what that is. There's even like we once found a baby where I don't know how baby it was. It could have been a fully grown hummingbird, but we found our injured hummingbird in our garage once, and we took it in to try to see if we could we tried to take it to like a wildlife vet and stuff like that, but they were saying that they were like saying you can do what you can, but like try to keep the wing bandaged, and try to hopefully hopefully but hummingbirds do not do well with not being able to like to fly, and like they get really they tend to get really depressed, and we saw that. But I spent a lot of time with the little hummingbird, and for like 2 months we had her, and we got her we had a little like cage thing we keep her in, and she would actually, and like hummingbirds are always they're always those birds that are like flitting around so fast and everything, and since she can't fly, she would just sit on my finger and and she liked to be pet and everything.
Really? A bird
I
like
can't
to
even I
be
can't even
pet?
fucking talk about it. Can't even fucking talk about it. The birds are doing so much better, and then like the next morning she was gone, and I have never cried that hard about anything besides like losing like a family member. The only thing I've ever cried harder about was like my grandparents dying and stuff like that. Like that is like nothing has ever affected me so viscerally on a level of sadness than like losing that little hummingbird. I don't know what it was about it. Like
Yeah.
it broke me. It literally broke me. I
You
like
know,
a friend of mine came into town that day, the morning it happened. A friend of mine came into town that day, and it was a good friend of mine. It's not seen in a long, long time. And he was like, "Oh, man, I'm in town today. Like, can I buy you guys lunch? Can you come?" And like, and so we're like, I was like, "Of course, yeah, I'll come to lunch." And through that lunch, I am so embarrassed. I multiple times just broke down in tears. It was like I mean, I can't imagine. I tried to explain to him why, but it was just like I was just like I just can't. I mean, I seriously. I mean, like, I'm not even talking about like I'm not talking about just like a little bit of like sniffles type thing. I was like sobbing like like a little girl that that lost her hubby kind of thing. I was just like in
yeah.
absolute
You know,
disarray.
I try to
It
focus
fucked me up.
on what the because it was tough dealing with the loss, man. I live alone out here in the woods with my
Yeah, I
four
know.
dogs, so I mean, I lost 25% of my family.
Yeah, man, I hear you.
But we're a lot closer now. My dogs, I think they understood what was happening, and we all. I dug the grave for Buddy up the hill, and like just I was
Oh,
digging. I
his name
look
was
up,
Buddy
and
too. His name was
his name
Buddy.
was Buddy. Yeah, I look up, and
My dog
I've
growing
got
up
all the
was a
dogs sitting across the hill, just staring down, all solemn like as I'm digging the hole, and Buddy's right next to me there.
That was
And
my childhood dog's name. That
oh
that
yeah,
hurts me. Yeah.
but we're a lot closer now. We remember the good times. I'm thankful that I did a couple of videos with Buddy on my channel, because that's how he's going to be immortalized forever. Um,
Yeah.
but we're all a lot closer now, so got to take the positive about it, right? And we wouldn't have known a bond with a hummingbird, and I've never heard of that before, man.
Dude,
Never heard of anybody bonding with a hummingbird.
that's why I think that's why it affected me, is because it was such like a It was like magical. I mean, I don't mean literally. I'm not saying it was literally magic. Okay, so don't try to like say I'm a supernaturalist or anything.
I mean, it is kind of magic,
But
right?
it
What
was
else
like
is it?
it was like magical in the sense of like a Disney movie type thing. Okay, it was like this thing that you never interact with. It's a bird you're never even supposed to interact with. They never stop flying. They're always in motion, and I spent 2 months with this little tiny, and they're so small. They're so much smaller than you realize, because when you see them flying, their wingspan gives them like a bigger look. But when you actually see the size of them when they're not flying, they're like this big. Like this whole bird, this whole creature.
They are magically tiny.
Can't talk about it. I cannot talk about it. I will start weeping openly on stream just talking about it. I can't.
Yeah, man. I had to hold back my tears too, man. I know how you feel. But it's
I don't know why. I don't know.
You
I
gotta
don't
embrace
know why,
the good parts of it, right? The experience itself is positive.
I do. I don't know what. 10 years later, 10 years of this happened. It's still just thinking about it. I mean, like, if I ever need to, like, if I ever do acting, if I ever need to, like, if I ever need to do acting, I never need to do, like, a movie scene where I need to cry. All I literally have to do is think about that hummingbird, and I will be able to give a completely convincing, like, performance, but it'd probably be over the top, because I'd be sobbing so hard. Like, that's the way. I mean, I don't even understand. It's like this weird response that, like, I don't even play. It's not even like I'm in.
He just dropped the link. If y'all are, looks like the panel's open now.
Off to the races.
We'll see how many trolls jump on there. But when we end the stream, I stay on for a minute, Jeff, because I want to tell you see if you like this idea. So,
okay. Well, we're at 4 hours. You want to wrap it up now?
Yeah, let's just go and wrap it up.
Treats.
I have now. We've now. If anyone was watching, we've now depressed everybody with our sad animal dying story. So, I think that's probably.
Oh God, Lance is on.
Yeah, I tried to make it a positive thing. Buddy was an awesome dog, man.
No,
it
was a positive. It was a positive thing with my story too. I don't know why it makes me cry like that. I don't know. There's like a couple of things like I have in my life. Also, that movie, a movie of all things, the Pixar movie. The Pixar movie Inside Out. I cannot watch. I don't even know why. I've never seen it all the way through. The movie is on in my presence, and I start bawling. I don't know why. It's bizarre. I have like a psychological trauma response to it. I don't know what it is. There was this other movie that I don't know if it would still affect me like that. But there's a movie that I saw a long time ago called In America that also made me cry like a little bitch. Like the whole way through it. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. It's like I only have that strong of like a crying response to things I don't understand. It's like if I think if I understood it, it probably wouldn't make me cry anymore. But it's something, it triggers something in my brain that just like it's just beyond.
Yeah.
I mean, like hummingbird dying thing. I mean, that's sad. Like some people understand that a little bit, but that fucking movie though, like what the hell is with that? Like, doesn't make any sense. It's not voluntary. It is not a voluntary response. It's like a knee-jerk reaction I have around that fucking movie and stuff. Like, it's just weird. But anyway,
Frank,
all right. Yeah,
I'm gonna check out that movie Frank recommended.
What movie? What movie?
Cold Dog Soup. He said it's on Amazon.
Okay.
But I appreciate you having me up here, Jeff.
Terrible.
Yeah, you too. Appreciate you stopping by. We'll be here tomorrow, same time.
Yeah, I might stop through. My weekend starts after tonight, so party on.
Well, yeah, come back, come back, and let's talk some more. Because I was going to ask you, I was going to talk to you a little more about video games too, but I lost my train. I lost that track earlier, so
I'll be back either tomorrow or the next day, so we'll pick it up, or I might stream when I get off of work, but that might not be till 4 a.m. So I don't know. If anybody else suffers from insomnia.
If you do, post it in the Discord so we can.
We're here. I think I am freezing up. So.
All right, you guys. You have a good one.
All right. You too.
Right,
you too, Jeff. Take care.
And same to you, Redington.
Yep.
Yeah. So a good thing we're ending anyway, because my signal is Cat's Eye. Is that Cat's Eye? Was that Stephen King movie? I seem to remember it from the 80s. Anyway, we'll wrap up. Jack started his stream, so Chris can go over there and confirm. Lindsay's there. She says Gen X Jeff sent me. Lord.
Lindsay's there.
Your wife.
Sure, he gave up the
Lindsay,
game.
you're in Jack's house. You're in Jack's stream.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh.
So
I'll
go give him hell.
I'll go there later. I'm gonna let Salt calm down because at first all the trolls are gonna jump on. Okay. But no, yeah, like we're gonna wrap up anyway. I just want to talk. I just need a couple minutes after we end this, and then.
Bye,
yep.
Patty.
Bye,
it
guys.
was good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, the Stephen King movie, huh? Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, I remember it. Cat's Eye. Yeah, it was like short stories or something.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about. Yeah, I understand how you feel, like the kind of determination and drive that most humans lack. Yeah. All right.
Redington, as always, good to see you too.
Yeah, really happy you came on again, man. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Appreciate your contributions. I really do.
Absolutely.
Peace out.
Peace, man.
Peace. All right, I'll see you backstage.
Yeah, see you backstage, man.
Okay. The music not playing today. I don't know if y'all can hear the music, but there should be music playing. Anyway, that's that's our thing for today. We'll be back tomorrow, same time. It is playing. Okay, cool. That's Chris's music. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good weekend. Go see Jack and whoever else. Oh, Machine's streaming tonight too. I forgot. Here, let me put his link. I might drop by his later. Let's see. Usually goes all night. So here is the link from Cheese as well. You too, Annie. Stay safe.